4:30. We have 5 board members here. We have enough quorum. Mr. Moore advised us in advance that he and his family were on a cruise and would miss our first initial meeting, so we will get started. The first item of business is a election of chairman for the year 2020, calendar year 2020. I would open the floor for nominations for chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate Joe Neal Webb as chairman.
We have a nomination for Joe Neal Webb for chairman. Are there any other nominations? Do I hear a motion to close the nominations?
I make a motion, we close the nominations.
All those in favor of the motion to close nominations, say aye.
Aye.
We will now vote on the chairman of the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, the calendar year 2020. We'll do a roll call vote. Start with Mr. Littrell.
Yes.
Mr. McGraw.
Yes.
Mr. Hill.
Yes.
Mr. McGraw.
Yes.
And Mr. Webb.
I abstain.
Congratulations, Mr. Webb.
Thank you.
New chairman of the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, and here is your gap
All right.
that goes with it.
Thank you.
And now the meeting is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the board's support and hope that I can fulfill the duties of this position to the best of my ability. The second thing on the agenda is the election of a vice chair. So I will now open the floor for nominations for vice chairman for 2020.
I nominate Rex Hill.
I have Rex Hill in nomination. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, hearing no further nominations, do I have a motion to close the nominations?
I make a motion, we close the nominations.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second on that motion?
I second.
Have a second on the motion. So we'll go for a roll call vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
Rex?
Abstain.
The other Mr. McCraw?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, so Rex has been voted vice chairman for the year 2020.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think that was if I didn't mishear correctly, I think that was the vote to close the nominations.
Oh, okay.
And so now you'd be,
So now I need a vote on Rex Hill for vice chair for the year 2020. Dr. Littrell?
You're asking for a vote?
Asking for a vote.
Yes.
Okay. Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Abstain.
He abstained
Should not
again.
abstain last
Philip?
time.
yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, thank you. You're going to have to straighten me out a lot this year, Counselor. This is all new to me.
Bear with each other.
Thank you, yes. Okay. Next thing on the agenda is rules and procedures. Looking in my pack of information for rules and procedures. I hope everybody got a copy of the Board of Supervisors Rules and Procedures. It includes the purpose, the official title, the membership, officers, other officers, meetings. We've got a lot of stuff to cover here on this. Has everybody had a chance to look over it? Quorum, it defines what a quorum is. Orders of business. Conduct of business. Decorum. Amendments or suspension of rules. Items not addressed by rules. And code of ethics. So I guess at this time, I need to get a vote on whether we're going to adopt the rules and procedures of the county. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adopt the rules and procedures and the code of ethics.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor that we adopt the Board of Supervisors rules of procedure and the code of ethics that go along with it.
I'll second that motion.
Have a second. Any discussion?
I think these are the rules and code of ethics that we used last year, and it's been used. I think the code of ethics is the only thing that's changed
Okay,
in the last several years.
all right. Anybody else discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote that we adopt these. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we will adopt the rules of procedures and the code of ethics as written. Okay. And that actually covered item D by putting that in there. The next thing on the agenda is to set meeting times, dates, and locations. From what I received today in my packet of information looks like we're going to be very busy, gentlemen. We have proposed the following meeting dates for 2020 as 2 per month. We're going to go to 2 per month. It looks like, other than January, it'll be the second Monday and the fourth Monday. Am I correct?
It is, except for a couple of unique days during the year, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
One of those is on Memorial Day. It'll be on Tuesday.
Oh, yes, I see that. Okay, yes.
The 29th of June is actually the last Monday in June for the year closeout.
Okay.
And we also, in October, will be the Tuesday after Columbus Day.
Okay.
And the November meetings, I think are okay with, except it's on the last day. And then last year, December is proposed, but you can take that up at a later time, whether you dispense with that meeting date or not.
I see. Okay. And also, just to inform the board, if you look at the meeting dates proposed 2020, some of these meeting dates are going to be in each district. The second meeting date in March will be down in Cana. So we're going to hold a board meeting in Cana. The second meeting in May is going to be in Dougspur for the Pine Creek District. The second meeting in August is going to be in the Piper's Gap District. And then we've got a meeting, the second meeting in October is going to be in the Laurel District or the Sulphur Springs District. So how do you gentlemen feel about these proposed dates?
I make a motion that we accept these dates as presented.
Okay, have a motion on the floor to accept these dates. I also have a note here to approve time of each meeting as well, which I didn't ask for that.
Which I hadn't seen.
Oh, you hadn't seen?
If everyone is in agreement with it, I don't see why we don't leave our times as they have been, at 4:30 on the first one and 7 on the second one, if that works all right with everybody.
Yeah, and what Mr. McCraw's discussing is, the 2 years I've been on the board, we've just had one meeting, and except for this year, and we started going to 2 a year after July. The first meeting every month will be at 4:30, and then the second meeting every month will be at 7 p.m. If you look at the dates here, the first meeting every month will be here in the boardroom. And when we travel to these locations for the second meeting, it'll be at a disclosed location. It just says Cana, Dougspur, Piper's Gap, Laurel. We'll have to determine where those meetings are going to be and advertise those correctly. Okay,
Mr. Chair, I'll amend my motion to approve these dates and also the times of 4:30 on the first Mondays and 7 on the fourth Mondays.
okay. And some of them are Tuesdays, you know.
Yeah.
The first meeting each month, then, what he's saying is the first meeting each month will be here in the boardroom at 4:30, and the second meeting each month will be at 7 p.m. at a disclosed location. Some of them are at the board meetings, some of them are in the districts. Any other discussion? Or do I have a second for his motion?
I'll second that motion.
Have a second. Any discussion?
I'll just make note that with as many meetings as we're having this year, I've noticed there are a couple of dates I will be out of town, so I'll let everybody know.
Sure.
The meeting before that I'll be unable to be here.
Sure, yeah, yeah. We're gonna start going, or what this is gonna do is so the board can meet twice a month, so stuff don't lay over as long as it has been laying over. Any other discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. So we're going to approve the proposed meeting dates as printed and times. All right, thank you, gentlemen. The next is consider of quarterly minutes by different electoral districts. Consideration of quarterly meetings in different electoral districts.
Yeah, we
You just done that.
We just did that. Okay, all right, thank you. All right. Item number 3 is AMB. And I have from my notes here, there is someone here from the AMB service agreement. I'm gonna wait for them. Do what?
They just went by the door.
Okay, all right. So we'll give them some time to come in. This is a service agreement that is made and entered into between Carroll County client and the Credit Bureau Ambulance Medical Billing of Paducah, Kentucky.
Yeah, these are the folks that collect money for the EMS.
Okay.
All this stuff.
Is this a new agreement or is this an agreement we've had in the past?
This is the same agreement's been in place for 3 years. The first 3-year period expires in February 2020. As part of that agreement, we lay hopefully on your desk, you have a copy of our billing procedures. One of the things that we discussed several months ago is to go back and review how we were doing billing and see if there was a method of increasing our collections considerably and how we went about that. So what we have done is requested AMB rather, to come and talk about their billing practices and how they go about it, and then open the discussion with the board whether we continue following the current billing practices that we've given them or change those so that they can take them back to their home office when they bill people, and whether to accept these discounts and other things that we currently provide to patients or customers.
So these things here are what we do, or this group does for us.
That's your current procedures that they're following.
Right.
As we discussed in the past, during our budget discussions, things that we could do differently to help EMS fully fund itself. That's one of the reasons that's here today. We have with us Keith Slabaugh and Representative Megan. y'all come on up.
Mr. Chairman, as they're approaching the dais, I see that we've got the chair and vice chair designators. I'll just get that out of their way.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Tassi from Ambulance Medical Billing, and I understand I was asked to come down here tonight to talk to you folks a little bit about, the ambulance billing process and that type of thing, where your revenues are and where there may be more opportunity. Correct? Okay. And feel free to kind of ask questions as we go along. Overall, I would say what we're collecting for you folks is pretty healthy. When it comes to ambulance billing, and I guess just medical billing in general, it's kind of a crazy animal, because you're billing, you have billing rates of, X or Y, Z, but what you're getting back is going to be dependent upon who the person is insured by. Are they Medicare? Are they Medicaid? Do they have some sort of commercial insurance? So it always is a little bit difficult to understand sometime. But in general, for the for 2019, calendar year 2019, we collected $1,557,337 on your behalf. That was based on 3898 transports. Now that works out to an average of $399.48 collected per transport. Now that's what I was saying is that's healthy. What I mean by that is we work with about 25 services throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. The average that we're collecting from them is $330 average collected per transport. So you're $70 almost collected per transport, better than our average client. What's going to affect that? What we're collecting per transport, again, that can fluctuate a lot depending on a county's payer mix. How much private insurance you have as opposed to how much uninsured that you have. It's also going to be affected by how much folks are paying their co-pays and deductibles and that type of thing. In general, when it comes to, I guess, billing process to the trying to collect after insurance is paid or after the initial 3 bills had gone out, that fluctuates across the board as well, because when things go to collections, once it goes to collections, there's not a high percentage of that being collected. Our main goal is to get the correct insurance and bill that correct insurance so the insurance isn't falling through the cracks. But like I said, in general, what we're collecting for you, I believe, is very healthy as compared to our other clients in the Commonwealth. When it comes to where your ambulance billing fees are, you're slightly lower than the national average, but pretty consistent with a lot of folks within the state, if that makes any sense. Now, when it comes to changing your billing rates, if you folks want to take a look and change your billing rates, there's only a small, I guess, bucket of money that applies to, and that's your commercial insurance payers. If a patient is a Medicare patient or a Medicaid patient, it doesn't matter if your bill to them is $500 or $5,000. Medicare is going to pay X, and then there's a copay. Medicaid is paying Y, and there's no copay. Where it comes in is in your commercial insurance bucket. Now, of the 1.5 plus million that we collected for you, strict commercial insurance, there was only $320,000 collected from that. So that, however, though, that's where you would be able to kind of get the most bang for your buck if you were to raise your billing rates or change your billing rates. My insurance it happens to be Harvard Pilgrim. If I come through here and I get an ambulance bill that's $500, my Harvard Pilgrim is going to pay that less my copay or deductible. If I go to the next town over and their ambulance bill to me is $1,500, my insurance is still going to pay that less any copay or deductible that's mine. So that's where you could see some, increase in revenue if you folks chose to do that. I guess what questions do you folks have is from what we're doing that I might be able to answer for you.
May I start, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Of the 3898 transports that you did, how many of those, do you have a breakdown of Medicaid, Medicare, and commercial, and how many that didn't pay anything?
I do not on this page. I won't have the number of how many that did not pay because typically we're not tracking that in. You know what? No, I don't have. I can get you those exact numbers, but all I would have is kind of some general percentages right now on that.
Right now, I'll take the general percentages,
Yes.
or I guess a thumb, anyway. For the Dalton swag.
All right. All right, I'm just waiting for this something to open here. Can I answer a question while this is opening and jump back to that?
How did we originally set the rates that the county, or how should we go about setting the rates that the county have as a billing rate?
And how you originally set them, I don't know. Basically, we just ask clients what your billing rates are, and then you give them to us. How they're done, what the internal process is, I don't really know. Typically, I will show people where your rates are, where they compare to everybody else. I don't want to tell you where to set those because to me that's a little bit. I believe that's a little inappropriate because part of the way that we get paid from you guys is a percentage. So obviously, if I'm telling you to raise your rates, that's it. It benefits me. So I never want to tell you to do that. All I want to do is show you kind of facts. Here you are. Here's where kind of the national average is. Here's where you are. Here's where other clients in the Commonwealth of Virginia are. And then it would be up for you folks to figure out, where the best is. And
There's no standards out nationally that give you some guidance. We know that Medicare pays this, Medicaid pays this, and then the commercial pays whatever the going rate minus the deductible. So there's really no guidance out there except to compare ourselves to other localities.
yeah, it's really very geographical on how that's set, but I guess there really isn't guidance because obviously, you'll have an insurance company that they're going to want you to set it lower because they don't want it to pay as much type of thing. But for instance, in Kentucky, where our headquarters are, billing rates are probably a little lower than they are here. In New England, where I'm from, billing rates are going to be 2-3 times as much as what yours are. But the main difference where they're going to recoup, like I said, is that private insurance bucket, which I should be able to pull up for you in just a moment. Because again, even if if you're in New York City and their BLS ambulance ride is $2,500, Medicare is just going to pay $450 or whatever that Medicare rate is in New York County.
Are we collecting the Medicaid rate on our citizens?
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
Are we collecting the Medicaid rate on our citizens? You know, rather than non-residents. Non-residents, I assume we do, but are we doing it with our residents?
As far as Medicare and Medicaid, that's the same, what they're paying is the same for citizens versus non-citizens, because they're not identifying that. They're just identifying it as a patient.
And also on the, where it's treatment or evaluation and refusal, so if we show up on a call and we do an evaluation, but they refuse to go or be transported, that's $100.
Correct, that's,
And it's $50 if it's assistance only with no evaluation or treatment. So if we just get a call, we send someone out there and they don't do anything, we charge them $50. Is that correct?
correct. However, those are items that typically aren't covered by insurance, so typically that's an out-of-pocket cost.
So how do we handle that? Or do y'all handle that? Do you?
It's billed out. It's billed at a 3-bill process, and then it comes to you folks on it's called the collection decide list, saying we've billed the 3-bill process and it's still outstanding.
Got you.
Well, thanks for pulling that up. Some of the stats, he quoted the number, and there was 3898 billings. We were dispatched 4,468 times in that same period.
How much? 460?
4,468. Carroll County Fire and Rescue, according to the stats from last year.
Which would include fire, dispatch.
No, it's just you.
Correct, but that would include us responding to fires and stuff as well. I believe.
Do we collect for vehicle fires
No,
on
that was not
interstate?
included in any of the billing.
How about on the interstate, we don't collect anything for responding to vehicle fires?
I'm not sure there's any place in the code of Virginia that allows you to charge
Charge.
for a fire response call.
It's actually just looking at that. I'm not seeing it. If you're not providing.
I think in another place at another time.
Yeah.
Down there, there's no ability to charge for that.
If I may just chime in too, when it comes to fire response billing as opposed to emergency medical response billing, they're two different animals. The government has rules and regulations set up for the emergency medical services billing with Medicare and Medicaid. with fire response billing, there's not that type, and as well as what you were saying, sir, about, regulations in the state of Virginia, and it also gets a little more messy depending on, like, what's written in, a county charter or whatever on the expectation of fire services type of thing. So just a little kind of information on that. Wait, these are charges. And just to jump back a minute, so you were asking what the approximate breakdown of Medicare to Medicaid to private insurance was, correct? Okay. Why can I not? Just another moment on that. But we got anything else in the meantime while I'm grabbing that?
Could I give you some scenarios and see how things work out?
I could try to answer them the best as I can. It's just sometimes with the scenario and the hypothetical, I don't know exact, but yes, please go ahead.
Let's say the billing is $1,000,
Okay.
and I have Aetna insurance that pays $500. Am I responsible for $500?
It usually yes, because usually that other 500 is going to be it's your copay or deductible. So for the most part, yet, unless you have, and when I say you, the county has a contract with those private insurance companies. And right now, the only private insurance company that the county has a contract with, where you're considered a participate provider, is Blue Cross Blue Shield. But Aetna, no.
Okay, let's try Prudential, and they pay $400, and am I now responsible for $600?
Yes, you should
Okay,
be.
If I have no insurance whatsoever, am I responsible for the entire $1,000?
So based on, like, just legalness, for lack of better words, yes, but you
Yeah,
folks
I know
have a
that- I know
lenient
that-
policy towards your residents who may be uninsured, but,
Okay.
yeah.
And I know it's got a discount, so if I paid it upfront, I'd get half off, or something, 50% off or something like that.
Yes, according to,
Okay, I'm just curious how those different amounts paid by the insurance company would work out.
yeah, so, I mean, just in general, when it comes to insurance companies, insurance companies they'll sometimes try to short pay. From our point of view, we're going to appeal all short pays. So in that situation you said with Aetna, where the bill is $1,000 and Aetna pays $400, as a billing company, we'll appeal that to get them to pay the other $600. Whether they do or not, it's then the patient's responsibility. The patient may have to call the insurance company themselves, and that kind of jumps back to being, like, say, between being contracted with an insurance company and not, with you not being contracted with them. They're not going to really answer questions for the billing company on the patient's behalf. It would be up to the patient to do that. But where you're contracted with Blue Cross, we're able to obtain more information from them. But they're going to be paying contracted rates anyway.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Based off, how did we get under contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield? Is that
That's probably something that somebody signed at some point. Again, that's when it comes to being contracted or not and contracted with insurance companies. We don't really give any advice on that because that's a relationship between you and a payer. You're legally obligated to be contracted with Medicare and Medicaid because they're governmental agencies. I can tell you that what Blue Cross has done in the past to kind of entice people to contract with them is they say that we will pay the provider directly for reimbursements if you're contracted with us. if you don't contract with us, we reserve the right to pay that to the patient directly. And then then it's up to, the billing company to make sure that the patient that may receive that check is actually putting it forward to what it's going for. And so it's quite possible that somebody at some time just kind of weighed the pluses and minuses of that and just said, it's going to be to our benefit to be contracted with Blue Cross.
But typically, the contract will be a lesser amount than you would get otherwise.
Yes. So, so this is revenue. Oh, that's not annual. Why is this not coming up for me?
Are these discounts that we're providing typical also with other counties and other localities?
I'm saying no, only because I think a lot of counties just don't have anything in place. And so instead of saying, hey, if you pay it today, we'll take 50%, they're almost just letting that get written off. It's not, I just think a lot of folks are, they're looking at it, what are we getting from insurance? The self-pay is kind of, it is what it is. So I'm saying it's not common, but I'm not saying that in a negative way, if that makes any sense.
Well, is an incentive for them to pay.
Absolutely. If you think, I would just think if I was in a position where I've got a bill and I can't pay, but someone says, hey, even though this is $1,000, if you pay $500, we'll call it even. I'm gonna figure out a way to, to make sure I get that done. I am having trouble getting what you wanted based on getting totals. I'm just looking at a month. Okay.
1 month
Oh.
translates to 12-month period.
Hold on. Let's see. Payer mix. So, let's see how these numbers add up. Based on last calendar year, your payer mix was 54% Medicare. Blue Cross, 8%. 54 Medicare, Blue Cross, 8. I think this Medicaid is about 9%. And then you got commercial, 12%. So we got 54, 8, 12. Yeah, a lot of these are just such small amounts. I'm trying to add in my head as we go because it's just broken down between there's workers comp and then just other miscellaneous insurances. I would add that other 16% to be put into the commercial because it's just other different commercials. Some of them are going to be some Medicare and Medicaid plans that are just I could have a Blue Cross plan that's a Medicare or a Medicaid plan, and it's just broken down for something else. But I'd say in general, you're looking at about 55% Medicaid, 12%, 55% Medicare. I'm going to say instead of 8, that's going to be 10% Medicaid, 12% commercial, and then just like about 15% other miscellaneous insurances. There's just there's so many small ones that just kind of add up into a other miscellaneous bucket.
Do you know what the Blue Cross Blue Shield contract discount is?
I do not. No, I don't have that. I don't have that information right now.
Jeff, if Keith sent you the monthly billing for 50 customers or people in the transport, would you go through the process from the beginning to the end of how that billing cycle goes? I guess where I'm headed is you get the information and you send out an initial bill. Get it all coded and send it out. You get a payment back from the insurance company, then you send out they do a deduction, and if it's not Medicare or Medicaid, then you send out a second bill or appeal, and then after you finish that up, you send a bill to the individual for the remaining amount.
Yep. Let me, how about if I'll just walk through a couple different scenarios that'll hopefully explain all that for you. So, basically on a daily basis, we're scrubbing the ESO system. ESO is the patient care reporting software system that crew members are using to put all the information in there. I believe it's Keith, you're the one that's kind of going through and doing the QA, QC now to...
We have different individuals in place.
Okay. So when we see from an IT point, those are ready to bill, those are imported. So we're doing that on a daily basis. So we've done an import today. Let's just say, well, for all patients, any insurance information that's in there, that's going to be in their record, and we're going to bill the insurance company. So patient A is Medicare patient. We bill their Medicare. Medicare, the way that Medicare pays is they pay 80% of the allowed amount. So let's just say the allowed amount is $500. They'd be paying $400 of that, with $100 of that being in the form of a patient copay or secondary insurance. So once that Medicare is paid, it's now going to either be billed to the patient or to the secondary insurance. If it's billed to secondary insurance, that comes in, patient's complete, for lack of better terms. If it's billed to the patient, that goes to the 1, 2, 3 bill process for the patient to pay, and then if they're not paying that, the name of that patient is coming back to the county saying, this patient has a $100 outstanding balance. Medicaid patient. If it's a Medicaid patient, Medicaid doesn't have any copays. So patient Smith is on Medicaid, that's submitted to Medicaid, Medicaid pays, that's made whole. Also, what we're doing, just to kind of jump back a second, is again just using whole numbers. If your bill, or if the patient bill is $1,000, but it's a Medicaid patient and Medicaid is only paying $250, we mark that $750 in what's called a contractual allowance or contractual adjustment. You would build that, there's an accounting line for that, but you're just not able to collect on that because that's part of having the contract being with Medicaid. And it's the same thing with Medicare as well. There will be a contractual adjustment amount. Next patient is a commercial insurer, Progressive. Bills $1,000, Progressive pays $600. Before we're billing the patient, we are appealing, billing company is appealing that to Progressive to find out why they're short paying. Now, a lot of times their response is just going to be, that's our reasonable and customary payment for this type of service. At that point, the billing would start to the patient, 1, 2, 3 bills. And it would be at that point, the patient would have the right as well to contact their insurance company to say, hey, I've got your insurance, you should be paying, please, submit the rest of the payment. In the case where there's no insurance there, we will try to run some searches to find out if the patient does have insurance. It is possible that maybe the face sheet, the information gotten from the face sheet from the provider, there was no insurance information on there, or at the time the patient was unconscious or something, or couldn't give the hospital their insurance information. We will run some insurance verification checks to see if, patient Jeff Tassi, we can find any insurance on that individual. If we can, we're obviously billing that insurance company. If not, we're treating them as an uninsured or self-pay and doing that 1, 2, 3 bill process. So that's kind of in a nutshell how the billing process works.
Do 1, 2, 3, and I still owe $1,000. Where do we go from 3?
So that comes to you folks in the form of what's called a collection decide list. And then you have the option to send folks to collections if you choose to. But that's a step that was put in place for you folks to decide and not have an automatic sent to collections. And then kind of what I was mentioning earlier is success rate of monies that go to collections it's not great. I'd say across the board with all of our clients in many different states in the country, folks' return on money getting sent to collections is somewhere in between the 4 and 6% range. It's just because typically when things go to collections, it's going to collections for a reason. Either someone is just very very poor financial spot, or unfortunately in some cases where people just I don't care. It doesn't affect me. Because typically by the third bill does have a little bit more aggressive language saying that this could go to collections if you don't pay, or if you don't get in touch with us to set up a payment plan or discount plan or that type of thing.
Now, the 3 bills that you're speaking of, they go to county residents as well as everybody else, is that correct?
Correct.
But at that point, we choose if we want to go with collections or not with our county residents.
Correct.
3 years, and then automatically 3 more. Can't terminate that. It's going to cost if we terminate that last 3, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Right here on the front page, it says the initial term of agreement shall be for 3 years from the effective date. Hereafter the initial term shall automatically renew for an additional 3-year term. Hereafter the additional term, unless the agreement is terminated, as set forth herein. If we want to terminate that last 3 years, it's going to cost us, right?
Correct. Your initial 3-year term is coming up. I think at the end of February, is it?
3rd of February.
And it'll renew for 3 years, or you can terminate.
Be more or less making a 6-year term, right?
Correct. We could create a new one after. We could. There's one thing I was going to mention too, is we want to take a look at your contract and make a new 3-year contract. Take a look at everything involved in it.
Did you respond to a bid process from the county on this? Is that how you got involved? Or AM?
Not in this particular case, no. AMB originally got the county's contract through an acquisition of another billing company. You folks were working with a billing company called Fidelis. AMB acquired them in 2016. And then after acquiring them, one of the things that the county wanted was to have software as well as billing. And we went into a contract to offer the software and the billing for the county.
On the software, I guess that's a certain version, do we get updates of that periodically, or is it changed?
Yeah, it's ESO software. As long as we're in a contract, that software will update along with ESO's updates. So, for example, let's just say we went into decided to go into a 3-year contract of, hey, let's, instead of using this 3-year term, let's just create a new 3-year contract because maybe we want some hardware now instead, or whatever that might be. And you start, and it's ESO's version 4. But in year 2 of that contract, ESO happens to upgrade to version 5. You folks are going to just be part of that upgrade. There's no additional cost because the way the contract is set up is we're actually paying the fees to ESO on your behalf. So you're going to have whatever their most recent upgrade is.
So, when we signed this in 2017, whatever year it was, during the term, even the additional 3 years, if we let it go on, then any updates in that software, we get without cost.
Yeah, and basically you need to, because because it's a software as a service. Whenever they're updating it, they're just kind of it's being updated across the board. It's not. It's I guess it's like with if you have an iPhone and they upgrade their iOS, you click a button and you get that upgrade. Kind of that's the best way I can really explain that, I guess.
So, your software changes with Medicare billing rates, et cetera. Y'all keep track of that, or does the software just have that built in with Medicare and Medicaid changes?
So that's going to be a billing function and not a function of that software, because all that software, I shouldn't say all it is, but that software is it's a field medical software. So that's more so that's going to get updated. Let's say if there's a new medically approved drug that someone's using. Now you're going to have that drug from a checklist type of thing. The difference is when Medicare changes what they're reimbursing for 2020. We're making that change in our software, the billing software, to make sure that that's taken care of for you.
So the board changed the billing rates for some of this, even though it doesn't change Medicare and Medicaid, and y'all, we just send those changes that we had.
Yep. So basically, if your billing rate, let's just say you're gonna, increase billing rates 10%. So now we're gonna have these new billing rates, which increase 10% with an effective date of February 1. So anything prior to that is billed at this rate, anything going forward is billed at that rate, but we'll still know that, so then if there's like a negotiation with an insurance company, well, that one would have been at this rate, and now this one is at this rate.
So it looks like we're paying your company somewhere in the vicinity of $150,000 in addition to the subscription and hardware, no hardware. Brandon, is that somewhere in the ballpark?
I actually wrote that down. It's 6.75% up
Yep.
to $1 million, and then 5.75 after that. So
Maybe $65,000 for the first million. And I assume you get $1 million at least, and probably close to 1.5 million, isn't it, Keith?
nah.
Right.
because our cost of the software for us to purchase it independently was right at $10,000, I believe, is where you have that change from the 6.5 to, or 6.75 to 5.75.
Oh, wait, you're not, are you looking at the numbers of the, of what, like, the software cost is? Yeah, you're not, that's just saying what the numbers are. You're not paying that in addition. That's just saying because it in the term of the contract, it said it has like a prorated of this is what we're paying for you on behalf of the software. If you were to terminate, and it's a little bit of a moot point now because it's not in the initial 36-year 36-month term.
Right.
So you're just simply paying 6.75% on $1 million, and then as of last year, 5.75% on 557,337.
Is that what you charge for your services? That figure that you just gave, is that what you get for your services? 5%?
No, our agreement, A&B's agreement with the county is it's 6.75% for the first $1 million collected, and then after $1 million, it's 5.75%.
I've got one more question.
Yes, sir.
If you get a call, no insurance involved, and nobody pays, do you still get your fee?
No, sir. Our fee is on what's collected. It's just it's on receipts, money in the bank, so to say. So yeah, if no insurance, we go through the billing process. We bill the person 3 times, but there's no money. It's kind of, if the county doesn't get paid, we don't get paid.
Do you have any numbers that says how much the county did not collect 2019? That went unpaid?
So I have that you folks that you wrote off $129,142 to bad debt.
Would that amount, does that amount include the residents that were wrote off?
I am not sure. I don't have this broken down
Okay.
for residents and non-residents, so I don't. I don't think so, but I can confirm with Keith on that.
Are there any general ways that you might suggest that we increase revenue?
Other than taking a look at billing rates and see where you might be with them, kind of like I was saying at the beginning, what we're collecting on average per transport for you is it's $70 higher than what we're doing on average in the state. And I'm trying to think if, I don't know if you folks have the highest collected per average, but you do have, you do have pretty high, 400 collected per transport is definitely very healthy. As far as collecting more, what where your I guess two buckets of opportunity are the self-pay group, but that's a tough kind of bucket to crack, so to say, because typically self-pay is typically just the uninsured, and usually if you're, for the most part, usually you're uninsured is because you can't afford to have that, you can't afford it to begin with, and so then when you get the bill, it's like, well, I didn't have insurance because I couldn't afford it, now this is why I can't afford the bill. Looking at like I said, I never want to tell you to increase billing rates, but I always just take a look at them. When is the last time the county raised billing rates with inflation? Is that something that makes sense for the county to do? I'm asking rhetorically because I don't know. That's for you folks to decide on that. Because other than that, I don't see areas where like we're missing amount. We're missing out on here or missing out on here. And when it comes to self-pay, there's not much you can do about it. It's not like you can, unfortunately magically snap your fingers and turn the folks that don't have insurance into folks that do have insurance.
Is that high rate of collection or per call that we've received, how much of that bears on the 54% or 55% of it being Medicare?
I think it bears more on the fact that we are getting good information from the providers, because 55% Medicare, that's, you talk to someone in Franklin County and they're probably 55% or next door. So I mean, in general, your insurance breakdowns are going to be pretty similar across the board. You're just going to get, where you're going to see drastic differences if you look at, like, say, at least in the state, like a Fairfax County. Fairfax County is going to have much higher private insurance than a more rural county like yourselves. So I would say it really has to do with the information that we're getting from the providers, and we're not having to, we're not getting a lot of folks that don't. We're not getting a lot of folks that don't have insurance that all of a sudden we go and find it, type of thing. And I've seen in my experience that the more kind of involved that the customer is, the county is, the client is, the better your returns are going to be. Sometimes I've worked with volunteer agencies where it's really tough to get a hold of someone because they're volunteer, and you have questions on a run report, they're not answering back. That's another thing as well. Is like when there's questions on run reports, Misty gets back right away with all that information. So I think it's the work being done, by members in the county that's why that number is high.
And all this billing you're talking about with A and B is just for our paid Carroll Fire Rescue. None of our volunteers are submitting bills.
That
does include volunteers.
That does include volunteers?
Right.
Okay.
And does your office help them with their paperwork too, or?
No, we do not review
Okay.
their call sheets, and they are responsible for reviewing and submitting.
I guess when when we're importing the trips, where I guess we have the account just all because all the money comes in the same place, just under Carroll County, so we're not differentiating between what the agency is.
And I'm assuming that different calls have different codes for different payments.
Absolutely. I mean, it's primarily the code for the condition is going to drive whether it's going to be BLS, basic life support, ALS, advanced life support, ALS 2, advanced life support 2, and there's some different criteria that will go into that, and a lot of it is really driven by dispatch. So if you're dispatched for an AL level code, let's say chest pain is an ALS level code. If you're dispatched for that, for the most part, that's going to be billed at the ALS level, even if, let's say, on scene, the person is just having some indigestion. They had, bad Mexican food or something like that. But we'll see that the provider performed an ALS assessment and that type of thing. So I guess kind of a long answer to your pretty simple question is yes, sir. That is correct.
Correct coding is very important.
Yes. And our coding is all done. Our coding is all done in the United States. I think for the most part, all our coders are either in Kentucky or Tennessee, but none of that is outsourced. Just kind of in ambulance billing in general, it's not uncommon for folks to maybe send coding to India or the Philippines or something. Our coding is all 100% United States folks. And like I said, I think everyone's either in Kentucky or Tennessee, so state or two away, or state away, depending on what direction.
Jeff, is there any way we could get the statistics on how many people that, obviously on Medicaid, it makes no difference, in Medicare on the 20% copay, but if you don't have a supplement, on these billing rates or percentages, how many people actually pay that after you send this notice? Is there any way to get those stats?
So,
This reduction stuff that we provide.
you're asking how many payments are
I'm asking how many people, when you provide, you get to the third or second one, you've got the insurance payments, whether it be private or Medicare, because 20%, if they don't have a supplement, for elderly people, if you don't buy that supplement, which typically pays 20%, then you get this statement that says you owe nothing is what happens. The remaining people that we're send the bill out and say, okay, if you pay 100% of this, you get a 50% discount. And you pay, make it two payments, you get a 40%. I'm trying to figure out how many people that once they get the bill actually, or their insurance actually pays anything. That's what
all right, let me see on that, because we obviously track money that comes in. I don't know if statistically we're necessarily tracking, at what point in the process that it comes in. I don't know if our software, if there's someone in our building that can kind of write a little code to regurgitate it back in that manner. So I have to do a little research on that for you. But you're kind of looking in the process of, how many people paid at this much, how many people paid at this, and then.
That's where I'm headed. I'd just like to see who, or maybe even a total of people using A, B, C, D, or E, and how that's working. My gut feeling is that very few people use that. But I hope I'm wrong.
And I would say that just in general, without looking yet, I would agree with your gut feeling, and there's some sort of weird thing within the ambulance billing world, and again, this is across the country where, for some reason, and I don't know what it's like in any other sort of medical medical when it comes to like, visiting your doctor or visiting any sort of specialist. But every service, I shouldn't say every service, but most services that I work with, they do struggle with the copays. Not as much with, the Medicare folks, but it's more of a trend to struggle with the folks that have like a high deductible plan. So we're in early January right now. My personal insurance plan's got a $4,000 deductible. So I'm paying $4,000 out of pocket before my benefits kick in. And it seems that for some reason in the ambulance world, folks, they're not paying that. I don't know what they're doing with like, other medical care they're receiving. But I guarantee you talk to any other county and they're going to say, yeah, our self-pay, and especially when it comes to deductibles, is a challenge. We struggle with that.
Yeah, the reason I say that is I've had several people just tell me that they know the county policy is not to go to collections, and they just know that they don't have to pay.
And that's another thing I bet you would hear from every other county. People, quote unquote, know how to work the system. I mean, I could, a lot of folks, they'll just like, hey, or Aunt Mary gets transported, Aunt Mary, don't worry about it. You're going to be fine. I know you got that bill, but you're going to be all set. Don't worry about it. So I would agree with that assessment there. It's again, common with many communities.
I guess being February, I think just from the administrator's point of view, that this contract that we have, the first time I saw it was a couple of days ago, but there's probably some things that we'd like to sit down and discuss with the agreement to talk about, if that's a possibility.
Absolutely.
I'd like to review and make some suggested amendments.
He's the county attorney.
All right.
So,
Well, if I just might mention, and I know this, I guess, more a public thing, so it's not legalese, but at the end of the day, I know the contract says, if not renewed within 3 years. I mean, I'll at least give you my word here that, look, we've talked that we're going to discuss this, even if it goes after February 1 or whatever that date is, we'll work what we are without having that 3 years kick in until at what point we might get into a new agreement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So don't feel that you're going to be tied to that 3 years once February 1 kicks in. We'll consider this the start of the negotiation of a new contract. So if that goes over that time, we'll be good.
that's good, thank you.
Yeah. Figure it's good since I said that in public, you can hold me to it.
That helps.
We got it on tape.
Tape video too, or just tape?
The problem with the contract says we go to, but I do go to Kentucky to litigate these things, so it's not very good tape.
It's lovely this time of year.
I've been to the,
I have to.
on the river.
I don't understand why you don't hire Missouri people. They just upriver way.
Any other discussion about this? Any other discussion? Very informative. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, and just just what I have is I'm going to do some research on the stats for you. We're going to consider that the contract right now is in negotiations and discussions, and we'll offline we'll figure out what's a good time to sit down and look at that further. In the meantime, what I can do is I'll just I'll email Keith, or I can get your card. I can email you what our kind of updated standard contract looks like, and then it will probably be better for you to like make changes and recommendations from that than an older one.
And I would like to thank you for coming today on such short notice.
I do apologize. I was a little late. My GPS for some reason, I had the correct address in there, but it brought me to the the wellness center, and yeah, 605 Pine Street brought me to the wellness center. I'm like, this just doesn't look right, you know. So I apologize. I was a few moments late.
And we appreciate all the work you've done for the county and the building.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you for your time, everyone, and excellent. I guess,
So, Al, while we were reviewing, could you mind reviewing the Blue Cross Blue Shield contract?
If I can find it, I will. We'll find one. I've got the best person here that she can dig out anything.
I think it'd be good to look at that too while we're looking at everything else.
I've got that on my list back.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may we take a 5-minute break
That'll be great.
before we get started?
Yeah, let's declare a 5-minute break. We'll come back in at 5:50, 5:51. Yeah.
That's right.
Just get y'all's picture real quick.
Okay.
We can do that. That's usually, yeah, just get you under the seal there. Joe, you wanna get your gavel, make it official? Needs a bigger one. You can whack Rex with it. And make a good picture. All right, bear with me just a second, James. Thank you for doing the other problem. Get a couple more real quick. Thank you, fellas. Sorry about that.
It's all right, it's all right.
Hearing voices or something. Just people talking in the hall. Good. You know, it'll be all right.
Main things to maintain.
Exactly right.
I guess yes.
Oh,
Did you have a good Christmas, Phil? Did y'all have a good Christmas?
Yeah, sure did.
We did.
It was all well and
That's all we asked
maybe,
for.
you know.
That's it.
And all the other stuff you taste.
Yep.
Yeah. It was that good.
Good quality time with family, and that's all we asked for. Did you tour the any Poe's house? Ever on Poe's house down there? Whose house is it? Is it
We got Hemingway's.
Hemingway's house?
And Audubon's also there.
Yeah.
No, I have a hard time really wanting to do that.
Me too. When we were down there, I didn't do it.
We did, not this time, but we did go to some of White House and Harry Truman. That was interesting.
My mom was down there several years ago, went to a house that was a pink house. And it was in one of the keys. It was on its way down there, but I forget what it was called. It was huge. It was called Castle Pink. I mean, it was like that. It was a long time ago. Go to the dentist this morning.
Yeah, you know.
Same thing. Wait at me. Went to the stoplight.
I waved at you.
Yeah.
No, I didn't think so. I wave at anybody.
I was on my way up to the crossroads to look at a job up there. And
I've been on so many days. I got my new pump in.
oh, did you? Was it the pump bad? Had the impeller gone bad in it?
I think I said one part. Well, I could see that usually when you rust around the spot, that's the seal keys on it. I went back in halfway easy. Good thing having a tractor. I'd get Linda to drive the tractor and I was afraid she would turn it over. But
Did you borrow their thing?
no, I just,
Y'all borrowed their
well,
thing.
I thought about it, but I've got a 8-ring ladder. I just put a rubber piece on it. But the problem is it drops down. Where's Bob? Just let him fill in for
For Tracy.
yeah, fill in for Tracy for a
That
minute.
thing that they've got, it's got that wheel on it, man. I hooked mine behind the four-wheeler and took
Just
off
go.
with it. Yeah.
This pump is, I think I got a half horsepower bigger than I had before. And it's way heavier than the other one.
Is it?
So I got a horse and a
How
half.
deep is it?
473 feet. I mean, see, first time we didn't have hot walkie-talkies, we just hollered. I can't hear nothing with the tractor. So we didn't- But this time it was a little bit easier, but it was dragging. I had to pull it up, and I said, wait, it should pull it in there, but it didn't.
I pulled one 161 feet, which was my wheel, by myself one time. Down in a hole, pull and push. Pull and push.
I've done it. Well, my granddad and my dad, they never, he didn't have any kind of equipment. We dug every footer. Dug, they would have to cut us, had to dig them out and pull them out. They never even used that old round thing. We pulled some of them way deep.
Y'all ready?
You are.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back into order after the break. I guess I was supposed to gavel before the break, but I didn't do it. I'll learn how to do it before the year's out. All right, so going back to the agenda on the item 3, A and B, I guess we unofficially tabled it for further discussion and to be voted upon at a later date. Next thing on the agenda is citizens' time. Citizens' time. I have a sign-in sheet here with 3 names on it, and I will call you. All 3 wish to speak. The first name is William Hurst with the Carroll County Genealogical Club. Floor is yours, sir.
My name is William Hurst. I'm Vice President of the Carroll County Genealogy Club. I'm here to ask for the extension of both of our leases for 10 years. That includes the downstairs suite, that's the old Chamber of Commerce area, and the 2 rooms upstairs. The more I deal with this, the more I learn about my officers. The officers of the Carroll County Genealogy Club believe strongly in the sanctity of a written lease with the extension clause. In principle, the officers do not want to release the old board meeting room to the Historical Association. Now, there's a history here that's way before my time, so I can't speak to that. If the board wants to break the existing lease, at least give us a 10-year lease to conduct our business without an extended discussion and the accompanying stress that comes with it. And I've got people stressing out now. My officers are anyway. Thank you. A special thanks to Mr. Hill, who visited our offices and verified that we had removed our property per the motion that was made and passed at your last meeting. We assume that our existing lease continues until a new lease is written, and therefore we control the use of the old board meeting room until that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion, gentlemen?
I went in, I just kind of review, we'd had the, I think, former county administrator had allowed people to use that upper room, and I went and met with them, and we had a pretty good discussion, went and toured the area, and they did mention that night that they would want the 10-year lease, but I think we're gonna have to make a determination of what to do with that other room. So,
Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I'll ask for a motion to extend the Genealogical Club a 10-year lease on the upper room. Is that what you're,
well,
or both?
I guess I would make a motion to put this off. We really need to look at the lease itself and what was told to the other group that's using that one room. That's the primary difficulty, I would say. Correct, is that one room. So that's something we'll have to, make a determination.
And that's the room we're referring to as the old boardroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that correct? The old boardroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do I hear a motion to table this until the next meeting? So we can have time to discuss? what
Make a
we-
motion that we table it till the next meeting and let our council look into it.
Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to table this till the next meeting, the next January meeting, 27th.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McBride, may I ask the question, please? You're tabling action, what are you directing the staff to do so that y'all can discuss it until the next meeting?
I think we need to look at the legal terms of the lease itself. And my personal opinion about this is I don't have a problem extending them a 10-year lease. I just don't feel like I feel like we need to leave at least that part of that room up there for that group that's doing the scanning of the documents. I think that's a vital part of our county's history, and I think that's what we need to continue to do. And I think we can work out something between the two organizations to where, they can have everything but maybe that one room or something. But I just think we need to look into it a little bit more and see where we can go with it. That's my opinion.
I've prepared a draft lease that would be up, if you could just use it as a form to apply to whatever organizations you'd like to extend those rights to. The thing that I need is we work out what is the premises, how are we allocating space? Once I have that.
And I think Rex can speak to
Yeah.
that better than I can, because he met with them, so.
It's that one room, and they had taken all their stuff out in the interim until we make a determination of what was done. See, we had a contract with these folks, and then we had the former county administrator decided that those folks would go in and use that, and then we started having a controversy, and that's kind of where we are at this point. So I think we need some legal advice going forward on it.
But in fact, the lease has expired, is that correct?
Yes, that's,
The lease has expired. I think that right now I would consider it you're giving permission to use the space, but there is no lease.
yeah, that was from the last motion that we had, and what we passed, is that would continue on until we make a determination.
Until we can work it out.
Yep, next month.
On that issue, since the county attorney's got a draft lease, there's a couple of documents floating around that has the courthouse plan laid out. Is the board, Mr. Hill, going to continue and mark those up and then give them to our county attorney so that we can reflect all that in the lease?
Yep. Yes.
That would be very helpful.
Yep.
That'd be great.
have to get with Ricky, get her, pull those up again.
Okay, any other discussion?
I think it'd be nice if we could get those leases and the plans before the next meeting so we can look them over.
Yep.
We have to
Okay.
do that.
Okay, so I entertain a motion then that we will table this until the January 27th meeting, until we can get all of the leases agreed to and everything ready, and then we'll act on it on January 27th. Is that correct?
I so move.
Okay, have a second on it.
Second.
Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes on that. So we will have you an answer January 27th.
Does this vote negate the line item that's on your agenda later on down the page?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Do what now?
This item is on the agenda for later.
Old business.
Whole business.
Oh,
Yep.
Yep.
yes, yeah. That should satisfy that also. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, next on citizens' time is Maureen Mills would like to speak about emergency medical response.
My name is Maureen Mills. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you again about this matter. On New Year's Day, Supervisor Joe Webb and Tracy Moore spoke with a full room at Laurel Fork Community Building, and everybody in that room was so grateful for your time, especially on a holiday. So we thank you very much. We appreciate the way you listened and responded to everybody's concerns. It was a tough time, actually, because at the same time we were meeting, our neighbor just down the road experienced a medical emergency at the nursing home. And Carroll County medics came out. It took 17 minutes for them to get out there. Despite their best efforts of the nursing home staff and the medics, the person died. The length of time it took the medics to arrive on scene may not have made a difference. But with life-saving drugs, equipment, and experienced, skilled paramedics, it might have. In addition, at our meeting, we had several examples, including from retired people from Laurel Fork Rescue who had experienced medical problems. If they had not known CPR, their loved ones very well may not have made it. One woman who called back after 20 minutes, and the people had overshot, and they had to turn around and come back. And she pointed out that not only is it important to have the response times, but people who know the local roads as well is important. So once again, I ask you to consider providing 24-hour EMS coverage at the Laurel Fork Fire Department. The department's ready to go. The need has been great, but now it's dire. From January through November 2019, Laurel Fork Rescue responded to 8 of the 353 calls dispatched. They did not respond to 336 calls. Carroll County is a combination agency using paid staff and volunteers. The viability of this model depends on the ability to retain qualified volunteers who are able to run the calls. Laurel Fork, Dougspur, and other areas have not been able to meet this challenge. This is not due to lack of motivation or dedication, and as you know, this is what is happening across the nation and Virginia. It's time to figure out solutions, the sooner the better, and not pretend this is not an enormous risk to citizens' health and safety. I have copies of this. It's longer. I don't want to overrun too much, but I hope that you will read the parts that I am going to leave out. But basically, emergency agencies like Carroll County Fire Rescue should be evaluated for strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. In Laurel Fork District and surrounding areas, we are under threat because we do not have an effective emergency medical response. When I brought this matter to you, may I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. 3 more paragraphs. When I brought a possible solution and had asked you if you would please look into that, the Laurel Fork Rescue likely has assets, then we would like them to be used and stay in the community, and I'm hoping that you can look at that. In addition, there are smaller amounts of money in the 2020 budget for the Laurel Fork EMS and the EMS Commission. So and to finish up, I wanted to briefly expand to ideas beyond emergency medical services. The approved 2020 budget has expenditures that could be better used to serve people in our county in ways that could make a difference. No right-thinking person wants to use our budget troubles to pit people against each other, or to neglect the interests of our children, seniors, people with disabilities. As an example, unless a valid reason comes to light, there is the 81060 economic development line for $90,400 for the Wildwood expansion, but this could probably go to better use since Wildwood has no tenants, and the money toward this project has proved real trouble, a wasteful burden for Carroll County taxpayers. So as you work through the county budget issues that have festered for a very long time, I ask that you listen to and consider all ideas that are brought to you. Let go of the boat anchor projects that have sucked the life and money out of our county. Taxpayers need accountability, transparency, and I know you're working on those things, and I am very grateful, and I'm sure other people are. But I would ask you to also put in a no retaliation policy as new ways of doing business are implemented. I understand there are obligations to dig ourselves out of bad investments, but it would not free us up for new directions to hold on to them. I also ask you to align values that guide your thinking as you arrive at solutions. I hope these values will include preserving and protecting the health and safety of all people in Carroll County, providing services fairly and equitably, making decisions that will improve the quality of life for all residents, with the highest property tax rate of all of our surrounding county, with values, with good planning. This should be doable, and I think everybody wants to be part of the solutions and not part of any gripe system. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I'd like to weigh in on this, what Ms. Mills said. I did go out January 1st to Laurel Fork. I was invited to their community center to a meeting, and there was a lot of people in there, and they're very, very concerned about their medical response time, and I understand that totally. I ended up spending 5.5 hours out there talking to people, and their big thing is we pay taxes too. We pay taxes just like everybody else, and we deserve the best we can get, and I agree with them totally. I actually toured Laurel Fork Fire Department, met with their chief. He took me on a tour of their building. They are ready to go. They are ready to go for somebody there 24/7. The only thing we don't have is the money to pay for it right now, especially in the situation the county's in right now. There's been some things, and since January 1st, I received an email from a Kim Shropshire, who is a member of Laurel Fork Volunteer Fire Department, or Rescue Squad. And he was apologizing for not coming to the meeting. I also received another email today from him. They're having a meeting Saturday at 9:30 at the Rescue Squad, and I've been invited to come out and listen to that, and listen to what their ideas are of how to get their volunteers back active and going. I have no idea what it's all about. I do plan on being there. I sat down with our county administrator this week, and the big thing right now is the money. It's the money. He was explaining to me if we put 3 paid people out there, 40 hours a week, it's $146,000 a year for 3 people. 3 people can't man it 24/7, of course. So he and Mr. Hill last week met with several of the volunteer rescue squads and started talking about how can we not only just improve Laurel Fork, but improve Pine Creek, improve Laurel, improve every district, because everybody in this county deserves the same. I know that's a Band-Aid right now, It's one of the things that we've got to look at because we're dealing with a lot of money. But I promise you, we're going to keep on doing it. And we're going to come up with some kind of a solution, even if it's temporary, just on a trial basis to see how it works.
Well, we appreciate out there. We appreciate that very
Well,
much.
you know, I represent your district, but again, you know, you look at the people in Pine Creek, they're facing the same thing.
That's what Tracy Moore said, yeah, Doug Spur.
Mr. Dalton and I looked at our volunteer rescue squads are not very efficient. We have one that's very efficient. But we've got to come up with some things. One of the things that I want to try to get this board to implement soon is a pay-per call. It is legal. There is grants available from the state of Virginia to pay these volunteers for each call they run. And I've got the plan. It was researched last year, and it was all set up to go in Grayson County, and they didn't decide to do it. Grayson actually had the money from a grant to do that. They just didn't have anybody to implement the system of how it needs to work. So in the back of my mind, I'm thinking if Grayson can do it, Carroll can do it. Don't know that that's going to be the answer to it, but right now in the financial crunch that we're in right now, I want to get you guys paid people out there. I want to get you better response time. I want to get everybody in this county closer to better response time because we all deserve it. We all live here and we pay taxes here. And some of the other things that Mr. Dalton and I talked about was actually a fire rescue tax. If that's the only way we can come up with the money to make this happen. Of course, that's something that we would have to put on a referendum and have a vote on to see if everybody in that county or that district is willing to pay to have that service there. But that's another thing that we're going to look at very soon. And I hope that before February 10th, we've got an answer.
Well, I appreciate that, and that you're factoring in temporary and intermediate and Band-Aids, and then the long-term solutions, because really, it is a national issue, particularly in rural areas.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, I just went to Lynchburg yesterday, my youngest son's birthday, and I went to Backway. I stayed off the interstate, went to Backway, and every volunteer rescue squad I went by had a sign up, volunteers needed.
Yes.
So it's an epidemic. It's an epidemic. I think we got to be very proactive in figuring out this thing and see if we can get volunteers to come back in and take up the slack. And if we can't, then we got to figure out how to financially be able to provide this to our citizens.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on what's going on?
I think you hit the nail on the head, Joe.
Well,
It's something that's needed, it's just working it out.
it's working it out, and I know a lot of people, and I'll make another comment. A lot of people say, I'm not going to pay, but if it's your person, if it's your family that needs them, you would have paid everything you had in your pocket to get them there quicker. So that's something we got to look at. We can't be selfish as Carroll County citizens. We can't be selfish in where I live. I've got coverage. I'm not going to worry about it. We can't do that. If we're a county, if we're going to be united as a county, we need to give each citizen the equal opportunity to those services, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. If we can't get the volunteer system to come back in like it once was and provide the service for our citizens, then we're going to have to figure out how to pay for it to get the paid people out there to provide the service that they need. That's just the way I feel about it. Thank you. All right. Jennifer Buckland would like to speak.
Hello, everyone. The reason I am speaking today is because my mother is receiving a non-user fee from the PSA. She has worked very hard for many years, sometimes holding down 3 jobs at one time, but she is now disabled and her only income is a disability check that she receives once a month. She has a very hard time stretching her check to the next one, and it's been difficult, but she goes without certain things that she cannot afford. Her last vacation was 30 years ago, and she hasn't owned a vehicle in 10 years. I know it's hard for her to ask for rides from friends and family for simple things like doctor's appointments and grocery store runs, but she deals with it because she doesn't have the money for the luxuries. She also doesn't have trash pickup or other things that her neighbors get, and thank goodness these services don't have a non-user fee. The land the water is on does not belong to her, nor does the mobile home that she lives in. I've asked many times if there was any way to transfer the bill into the landowner or the landlord of the mobile home, which are two different people, and no one is willing to pay the bill. She did not ask for the water and does not use it. So why is it her responsibility to pay for something she gets no benefit from? If you can't afford something, you don't get it, is how she has lived her life until now, and the PSA thinks it's okay to charge her for something she isn't receiving and will never benefit from. I can't see how that is right. When she gets her check, everyone has their hand out waiting to take it. She will no longer be putting her money into the hands of the PSA for something she does not need or receive. She has never had to go to court her entire life for anything until now, and it is over water. The ones that should be in court in the Carroll County is the Carroll County PSA for doing this. It is nonsense for people to pay the non-user fee. Her bill that she received this month is $1,036.87. And the non-user fee was $18.90. Her penalties was $41.20. She's never going to get out from under this, ever. It's not her responsibility. And I've talked to the PSA, and they said there's nothing they can do about it. There's just nothing that they can do about it. That I have to convince the landowner or the landlord that they have to put it in their name. And I talked to them, they're just unwilling to do it. She was conned into signing the paper to get it anyway, so any suggestions would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 1068 Hanging Tree Road. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody like to weigh in on that comment?
I've been an opponent from the beginning of that non-user fee. I don't know how we ever got anybody to put that in. Never understood it.
Anybody else?
Do you know, how many gallons of water does she use a month?
She's not hooked up.
Not hooked up, so the fee went down from what was it?
Went to 6 for the non-user
It
fee.
went to $6 a month? Is that not correct?
I think it's 18. Her initial bill for the non-user is $18.90, but where she's not been paying it because she doesn't have the funds, the penalties for the month of that was $41.20, which means she's not getting any water, but she's still required to pay that much. And it's not her land. If it was her land, I may be able to understand that she, would benefit from it in the future, but it doesn't belong to her, and nor does the trailer. They told me the only way that they could do it is if she moved, and they would take it out of her name then. Well, she doesn't really have the means to move right now.
What about Carroll County?
One of the things, and I'll weigh in on this, Rex last year put me on a committee, and Robbie and I both served on a committee with PSA to adjust their rates. And it was my understanding from the meetings that we had that non-user was going to drop to $6 a month.
That's what I understood.
That's the way I understood it. I've had several people tell me that, yeah, it dropped from $28 a month to $18.90, I think that's what it is. That wasn't what PSA told us in those meetings. They was going to drop it to $6 for non-users. And somewhere in the mix, it got changed again. We've also learned in talking with Mr. Dalton that the rates that the PSA established last year are way off, way off. The PSA is not self-sufficient in any of its water or sewer projects. we've got to do something to fix that. I'm like Mr. McCraw here. I don't think if you don't use it, you shouldn't have to pay for it. Okay? I agree totally. I know last year, November of 18, this board terminated all non-user fees and gave them until, my dates are wrong, we gave them until November to come up with a solution. That's when we met, started meeting with them. We thought that was the answer. It wasn't. So we kind of got, I think Robbie and I kind of got thrown under the bus again. There's been reports to me that the new water rates is costing people more money than the old water rates because they lowered the amount of usage per minimum. We got a huge problem. This board understands we have a huge problem with our PSA. How are we going to fix it? I don't know. PSA tells us one thing and then they do something else. Spoke with Mr. Dalton today about it, and he's going to have a meeting with the PSA board about adjusting their water rates to get them back into reality to the point that it can be self-sufficient. The citizens of this county, even the citizens that don't have access to it, are supplementing our PSA. So it's way out of control in the amount of money they're spending and the amount of money they're taking in. We understand that. And I promise, as chairman, to do something about it very, very soon. To answer those questions about all those billing things, I don't know. I haven't set in on PSA stuff. But I will take a public interest and a private interest in getting this problem solved, because we have a lot of people in this county that's under the same situation as your mom is. And it's not right. It's not right. It hadn't been right since the first system was put in my opinion. If non-user fees had to be put in these systems to keep them functional, why did we put them in the first place? We can't take them back out of the ground, I understand that. But we need to restructure the PSA to where they're self-sufficient in all the systems that they've got. And they need to understand that. And if they say they can't do it, then they can't do it. But we need to find some people that can and get some answers. Other counties are doing it. Other counties are sufficient in their systems. I don't think anybody else is supplementing their PSA with $1 million a year just so they can keep the doors open. And if they can't operate on what revenue's out there, then maybe they need to cease and desist. But I don't think it's fair to our citizens to make them pay all these non-user fees when they're not using the system. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. But it's on one of the top of my list. It sure is. Thank you.
Joe, I look back through the emails that we've received, and it was supposed to be $6.
It was supposed to.
May, an email we received in May.
Yep.
I think what was going on with hers is there's prior stuff before the rate change that was due. And that's another the policy they need to have in place for people who can't afford. We have policies on their taxes that way. We need to have the same type policy with their in the PSA. And it's available to do that. Is that not correct, Mr. Dalton?
PSA can hold a public hearing and set the rates and through, I believe, a couple of localities that I've worked, that they can set, just like for elderly and handicapped tax relief, they can set a sliding scale rate for based off income rates. But that is a PSA issue.
Yeah.
I know the board's really interested in it to help solve the problems, but that's a PSA issue that PSA will address. And later on tonight, when you have to set, make your appointments, maybe you can help that.
Anybody else?
Yes, sir. I had a neighbor, and he had signed, he had the meter, and it went to $18 if you had a meter. That's where the $18 probably coming in. It's $6 if you don't have the meter. So he come up the other day and he paid that. And he got a bill Friday for $18. He called me, he wasn't a happy camper. So So I called up here, and they went through the bookwork. He had paid up to have the meter removed, and he'd still got that bill. So after I talked to Dana, they're gonna get the meter out as soon as they can. It's already paid the takeout, they just hadn't got it. So they give him a zero balance because he had paid up. Thank you.
Ms. Buckland, is there a meter on the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I noticed you took the address, Mr. Dalton. You gonna check into that for her?
I am going to look into it.
Please, please
Can I
do.
ask another question?
Yes.
Who would that be responsibility? Would it be the person that owns the land, or would it be the person that owns the mobile home?
That I can't answer, but we need an answer to that.
Yeah.
We need an answer to that, because I'm sure there's other situations. I had a lady actually a lady in your district that I saw the other day, and she said she's still getting the $18 and stuff, and she don't have a meter. So I told her it's supposed to be at 6 from everything I knew, and she said, I can show you my bills. It's still that $18.90 every month. So I'm wondering what's going on down in the PSA. And we will check into it, I promise you that. You're welcome. All right, that ends the citizens' time. That's all that I had signed up to speak tonight. So we'll move along now to a public hearing. I need to open a public hearing dealing with the E911. I'll open that meeting at 6:26. And I will now receive comments toward the public hearing to amend, ratify, and confirm a joint entity known as the Twin County 911 Regional Commission. And I can read you the cover sheet that I have here. Notice is hereby given that on the meeting date outlined below, the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, the Grayson County Board of Supervisors will, at the times outlined below, or as soon thereafter as the matter may call on the agenda, in the locations outlined below, conduct a public hearing to receive public comment on the proposed amendments to update and revise the Twin County 911 Commission organizational documents due to statutory revisions over the years. The proposed ordinance would update the terms under which the joint entity will continue to operate. And the Carroll County Board of Supervisors is supposed to do it tonight. Grayson County is going to do it Thursday, January 29th. And a copy of the ordinance is available for inspection at the offices of the city manager or county administrators. So do we have any comment on the proposal that 911 is proposing?
No one has signed up to speak.
No one? Would anyone like to speak on it?
Gentlemen, I have an updated copy of the proposed ordinance. It's essentially identical to what was in your packets. The only difference is that the form ordinance was suitable for adoption by both the city of Galax and the two counties to form the authority. And this is more, or the commission, I should say. And this is tailored to Carroll County. It has the name of the supervisors.
Thank you. Okay.
But essentially, what you have before you is an ordinance that would adopt the new joint service agreement between the member jurisdictions. The reason for the request to update is that the statutes have changed over the years. The original statute that formed, that the localities relied on back in 1989, those portions of the state code have been repealed. So what this would do, the new joint service agreement would invoke current and valid
provisions of the Code of Virginia. It also clarifies an ambiguity that was in the original joint service agreement, the original document that formed the commission, in that it left open that the commission was supposed to submit articles to each of the localities that form the commission for approval. Our research indicates if that was done, we can't locate those documents now and with the passage of time. And so not being able to say definitively that the articles of the commission were adopted and approved as provided in the original ordinances, we're asking that that the joint service agreement be adopted to remove all question in that regard, and also to ratify and confirm what's been done up to this point, just to tie up any potential loose ends. But if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address. And I'm sure, is that an accurate statement?
It is. And it does not change how we have been operating. It just, as he said, will update it to current code.
Anybody have any questions about?
Yeah, if you increase your budget, Carroll County doesn't have a say other than the 2 board members?
That's correct. Well, you have 1 board member and then 1 administrative person. So what we do is we do our budget in January. We do the draft at that point in time. Once the commission has reviewed it and approved it, and we discuss it, and if they push back on something, we go and look at it. Then we send those appropriation requests to Carroll County and to Grayson County and to the city. Then you review it as part of your budget package, and you could, just as any other department, call myself and the member right now. It's Dr. Littrell, and he has served well, and Ronald Newman. We would come and meet with you like any department. The only difference is if we change your appropriation, we also have to change Carroll and Grayson's. Galac's and Grayson's. So it's, apportioned out on a pro rata basis. I can tell you we've cut a lot. That's how we've maintained a level budget for the last 4 years. I know what the challenges are. I will do my best to keep it steady. I'm working very hard at the state level to try to increase revenue, as well as we go out and look for regional opportunities where we can reduce cost. As an example, we're doing equipment sharing with Full and Bland, so that our 911 system is not as costly as it would be if we were on our own. And there's some other benefits to that, but we're always looking at regional opportunities that will allow us to reduce our cost.
And that's based on population. So Carroll County pays on the population that we have as of when?
Currently, so originally, since I guess it was enacted, it was based on landline phones, and that's because at the time, that's what the charges were based upon. So CenturyLink billed us based upon landline charges. As landlines have become less prevalent and people are moving more to cell and VoIP, voice over IP, a lot of those charges in our next generation 911 charges are actually going to be based on population. The current distribution from the state is based on 50% population and 50% call volume. And the reason we did a 50-50 split is for communities or cities like Richmond that have a large daytime population but a very small nighttime population. Without the call volume, they would not get their respective share. So we, right now, have decided on population. It seemed the most fair, because landline was creating a lot of ups and downs. So right now, it is based upon population. And again, that is how NG 911 costs are moving to population.
So if I have a cell phone from North Carolina, I'm not paying a 911 fee to here?
That's correct. Your tax would be going to North Carolina.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I guess I should point out that the agreement as drafted has a provision where any member jurisdiction can withdraw upon 180 days' notice, and the property of the commission will be divided proportionally based upon the contributions.
So I think that the commission rewrote that statute in the shared service agreement. So basically, no equipment can be removed that would endanger a jurisdiction from being able to process a 911 call. It's not like you can just take equipment apart. You can't split a server into three different pieces.
Yeah, I read that somewhere. I did read what you're saying.
Yes, yeah.
If I have an emergency, I hope they can find me. I've had a request from them for years and I've never got
What was your request?
that road naming.
Yeah, you and I have spoke about that, and I've told you that, you can have that street named, but you would have to purchase the sign.
I agreed to the $200.
Okay, well, come and see me, pay me the $200, and we will get the road sign installed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm being on the commission, I see this mainly as a housekeeping procedure, and everything basically is the same. It's just cleaning up the language, and I would move to accept this.
Okay, I have a motion to accept this ordinance amending.
Yeah, Mr.
Gotta
Chairman,
close.
I think we've concluded the public hearing.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I jumped the gun, sorry.
Oh, okay. So anyone else want to speak on this? As far as the public hearing? Okay, I'll close this public hearing at 6:37, and I would entertain a motion about this ordinance.
I will restate my motion that we accept the changes.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to accept this new ordinance ratification, amending and ratifying, confirming the formation. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
May I ask the council a question? My understanding of adoption of this ordinance means you're actually adopting the agreement also.
So we're not only we're adapting the ordinance, but the agreement to enter into this?
That's my understanding. Just so that you understand what you're doing.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. Dr. Lettrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Phillips? Yes, and I'll vote yes on it. Okay? So we are going to enter into this new ordinance with the Twin County 911 Regional Commission. Thank you. Okay. So the next thing on the agenda is payment of invoices. Has everyone looked over the motion to approve the list of invoices that we have to be paid?
Make a motion, we accept the list of invoices to be paid.
Okay, I have a motion to approve this list to pay these bills. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes, sir.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
Philip? Yes, and I'll vote yes. So we'll pay those invoices. Okay, next thing on the agenda is minutes of approved meetings. Item A is the November 26th minutes. Item B is the December 9th minutes.
I'll make a motion, we approve both sets of minutes.
Okay, have a motion to approve both sets of minutes, November 26th and December 9th.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Dr. Philip, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Okay. All right. Next thing on the agenda is new business. New business. Under that, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll call for a vote on the consent calendar. Everybody had time to look over that?
I make a motion, we accept the consent calendar as presented.
Okay, have a motion to accept the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes. The second one is the resolution on physical impact under new business. And I'm not sure what physical impact, okay, here we are. This is a resolution in support of legislation to improve the process for review of legislative and local physical impact. And be glad to read it. Whereas each year the General Assembly considers thousands of pieces of legislation, many of which have a significant impact on local governments, and whereas in recognition for the need of localities to have an opportunity to review and analyze litigation that may require additional expenditures of local funds or reduce local revenues, Virginia Code sets out a process for the Commission on Local Government to develop local physical impact statements for such bills with the assistance of local volunteers. And whereas under the current process, a large volume of bills and a rapid pace of legislative session limits the time that is available for the review of bills with implications for local government finances. And whereas the local volunteers who assist with the physical impact review process take on this responsibility in addition to their regular duties, often during the same time as local budgets are being finalized. And whereas prior to 2010, legislation that has a local physical impact was required to be introduced by the first day of the General Assembly session, which allowed some additional time for legislation to be reviewed by the Commission on Local Government and local staff. But this requirement was eliminated in the 2010 session, compressing the opportunity for review of legislation in subsequent General Assembly sessions. And whereas additional time to review legislation would allow for more thorough understanding of the potential ramification of bills affecting local finance. And whereas a robust analysis of legislation affecting local governments benefit policymakers as localities work in partnership with the state to deliver critical services to Virginia residents. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Carroll County express its support for legislation that would provide additional time for review and analysis of legislation with a physical impact on localities, as well as direct future consideration of additional ways to improve the review process. That's the resolution. Any comments?
Well, it sounds as if the General Assembly were to do that, it would certainly benefit us, and I would make a motion that we accept this resolution and send it along to the General Assembly.
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor that we adopt this resolution, and I have a second. Any other discussion?
I agree with Tom. This is very important because sometimes we get tasked with things that we do not get any money to do.
Very correct.
And
Yes.
that's kind of why we're in the predicament we're in.
Right. It is. So basically, this resolution is going to eliminate the 2010 session, which compressed everything and kind of left us out. So I'll call for a vote that we send this to Richmond. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Resolution passes, and we'll be sending that on to the General Assembly, Richmond. Okay, thank you, guys. Next resolution is Mr. Lyons. And I have a resolution here I'd like to read. This is a resolution of appreciation. Whereas Nathan Lyons served as Assistant Commonwealth Attorney from 2002 through 2006, and whereas Mr. Lyons served 2 full terms as Commonwealth Attorney for the Carroll County, and whereas Mr. Lyons served as Commonwealth Attorney from January 1st, 2012 through December 31st, 2019, and whereas Mr. Lyons was instrumental in forming Carroll County's first day reporting program for nonviolent offenders, which has proven to be a success, and whereas Mr. Lyons was the original founder of the Twin County Recovery Court, and whereas Mr. Lyons was elected to the Virginia Association Commonwealth Attorneys Board to represent the Commonwealth Attorneys in the 9th Congressional District from 2012 through 2014. And therefore it be resolved that the Carroll County Board of Supervisors hereby recognize the service of Mr. Nathan Lyons that was an asset to all citizens of Carroll County and expresses gratitude and sincere appreciation for his years of service. Mr. Lyons, would you like to come up?
Bring the rest of them up, the other two.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve, work with the board. I thank you. I consider all of you friends, and again, this is my community, and it was an honor to serve those years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to present you with this.
Enjoy retirement. Sort of.
I'd just like to add a comment to that just my 2 years on the board, I got to meet Mr. Lyons in a kind of a professional capacity and didn't realize this day reporting and all of these things that he got started. It's a benchmark for the state of Virginia. And I know you put a lot of hours into it, a lot of work, and it's proved very successful for Carroll County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. You can tell it's my first day on the job. I'll entertain a motion to make that official, gentlemen.
I so move.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie,
Yes.
Rex.
Yes.
Bill.
Yes.
And I vote yes on that. Thank you so very, very much. Wow. Okay, already taken care of that. Item D, under new business, the 911 GIS system. Anybody like to?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Address that. Currently, the public version of our GIS system doesn't allow you to pull up the water and wastewater and some other attributes. I would ask that the Board of Supervisors approve placing those on the public site.
Okay, y'all understand what he was saying there?
Yep.
Okay,
I make a motion that we approve that the water and sewer will be included in their GIS 911 system. So everybody can see, when if you want to move, want to buy a piece of land, you will see you have water close to your sewer or whatever. And I'll make that motion.
okay. Have a motion on the floor that we include that in our 911 GIS system, water and sewer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes also on that. Okay. Item E.
Mr. Chair, before
Yes.
we move on, we have another matter under GIS. We've had a request from an individual to request that we remove their name from the 911 public records, their property, etc. I've been speaking with the county attorney whether we can do that or not. My current stance is that we can get those records anywhere at the commissioner's office or the clerk's office, so that we should maintain a complete system, not a partial system.
Okay. Yes.
Basically, just to sort of echo what Mr. Dalton had said, and sort of amplify it a little bit, the request was to not have the name associated with the tax parcel GIS information that's available online. If the county were to receive a Freedom of Information Act request regarding a specific parcel, or go to the circuit court clerk's office and research the matter directly, the owner's name will be publicly available. There's not an exemption to make that confidential information. The board does have discretion to keep that from being, just because it's available in other sources, doesn't mean you have to include it in your searchable database, but to choose to do that would then create an administrative burden and an incomplete data set at that point. It make the GIS arguably less effective, less useful. So that's the pros and cons. That you have discretion, but you're not obligated to do so. To remove it from the GIS.
Okay, any discussion, gentlemen?
I think it'd be a nightmare, because you're going to get every person, if one finds out and another one adds to it. I think that should be left up to the General Assembly to make that determination of what all records are available from the counties, the circuit court, whatever, Plus, I'd like to know who my neighbors are when I move to a location. I get at least know their names or who owns the property. So that's it makes it difficult to try to make that adjustment, I think.
Unless you direct us to change it, we're going to continue on how it is.
Well, you just, if we did pass that, we're just creating another problem.
Yeah.
Because the state says it's Freedom of Information Act. Somebody can find that information out not just off of our county website, but anywhere they want to research it. Is that correct?
It's in the circuit court clerk's office 99 times out of 100, and it's also would be subject to a Freedom of Information Act request if it was submitted to the county.
Right. So you still have to provide it.
Right. It just wouldn't be online.
Right. I see. Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right, I'll call for a motion that we keep it as is or change it.
Lack of action, just leave it like it is.
Okay.
Keep it as is, they can put it in the LLC or
Yep.
incorporate or something, then they exempt, but I think we need to keep it for it's public.
Right. Right. Okay. So do I need a motion to, or just?
No motion. As chairman, you can move on to the next agenda item, and the current policy will remain in place if we want.
Okay. All right, I think that's a general consensus of the board, is just leave it as it is. All right. Next business, there's a resolution of the holiday Native American Indians. And I'm looking for that one. Okay, here we go. All right, this resolution by the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, if we see fit to pass it, is a resolution of support for the federal legal holiday for Native American Indians. Whereas the County of Carroll recognizes special memorials, historic events, historical figures, and national activities that are consequential to the development of the United States of America. And whereas Native Americans have contributed to historic and cultural events and have contributed to the history and formation of the United States of America, and whereas Carroll County supports and promotes the recommendation to the United States of America to designate one day each year as a legal holiday for Native American Indians. And therefore it be resolved that the Carroll County Board of Supervisors hereby express their support for the endeavors of Mr. Merrill Whiteside to present a petition to the United States government enacting a legal holiday for the Native American Indians. And I have a letter here from Mr. Whiteside talking about why they want to do this. And this all originated in Hannibal, Missouri. So what's your feelings, gentlemen? Do we support this resolution?
Looks like Mr. Whiteside has traveled Illinois, Missouri. He's done this in quite a few places.
Right.
And he says he tells people it just came from the heavens.
Yeah. If you read the letter, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure that that does anything for us. General Assembly would be the ultimate deciding what holidays are in Virginia.
Well,
But if we want to do it as a resolution to support that,
yeah, this is actually a resolution to support the United States.
I guess it would be the United States to do it.
This is just basically saying that we give them we support what they come up with.
Yeah.
Okay? Could I call for a motion to support this or not support it?
I make a motion that we approve the resolution.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Then I'll call for a vote.
I was getting ready to say something.
I'm sorry.
I'm just slow to get moving there. I'm not against it. I just want to remind everybody that every holiday that we add is costly to the county as well as to the other levels of government, because we'll have to follow through on the national holiday as well. So just know this is not a cost-free resolution.
Right.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Robbie?
I believe I'm going to abstain also.
Okay.
I'm going to vote yes, because I've made the motion.
I made the second, I vote yes.
Okay. And I'm going to vote yes on it also. Okay. Okay, what did I do with my? Okay, the next item is a social service adjustment under new business. I have a letter here from the Department of Social Services. And it is to the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, subject mid-year review adjustment. Dear members of the board, Carroll County Department of Social Services is requiring a budget adjustment for multiple programs that are currently estimating to be over the original allotment provided to the DSS budget. The request is for $562,480. This amount is 100% reimbursed by federal and state funds, so therefore no local match is required. This adjustment would be for the county budget line undistributed VPA expenses. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate. That's dated December 13th. Discussion.
Robert, do you know some information about this?
Very little, I can tell you. You know, because it is money coming from the federal and state funds, and a lot of it has to do with foster care programs and those things along that line. And I may have I'm looking at email to tell you, so I can find something on it here. Just give me a second.
I'd just like to know why there's $500,000 that either wasn't in the budget or it's youth funding, or even though we're not paying for it, somebody is. Since it's 100% federal or state, or both.
Federal and state,
Yep.
yes.
I suspect this letter is a courtesy letter. I don't think we have much choice.
Says this adjustment would be for the county budget line undistributed VPA expenses.
Hang on one second. I can tell you what all is included in VPA expenses.
Be nice if we could send a letter like this to somebody.
Chairman,
Yes.
we have another meeting in 3 weeks. If you'd like, we'll gather more information and bring it back that day.
Okay. All right.
That's okay.
Would that be all right?
Yeah.
That'd be
Fine
all
with
right?
me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll table this social service adjustment until the January 27th meeting, and that way we can have some more. The good news I see in this is no local match. That's kind of good news, because usually they're asking for a lot more local money, so hopefully things are going the right way now. All right, so we'll table that one. I have next item on the agenda is a public hearing request for a plat vacancy, I'm sorry. This was a memo to our county administrator from Ronald Newman requesting a public hearing. I request to hold a public hearing at the second January meeting of the Board of Supervisors to hear public comment pertaining to the request to have the undeveloped proportion of the Hanks subdivision recorded in Carroll County Circuit Court Clerk's Office, Plat Cabinet 1, Slide 129, page 35, and it's vacated. So basically, we need to request a public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
If it helps at all, just to clarify what that is the Code of Virginia provides when you make a subdivision, the recording of the subdivision, if it includes public streets, serves to transfer ownership of those public streets to the locality. Now, there are provisions in the code for vacating those subdivisions before you've sold any of the lots. In this situation, some of the lots have been sold to parties other than the original subdivider. So there's the Code of Virginia sets forth a process for vacating that plat. I think all the property owners are in agreement with that. It's just a matter of going through the process, and because the locality is then going to be releasing its rights to the public streets that were platted, under Virginia Code Section 15.2, 1800, you have to have a public hearing on vacation of those rights. So it'd just be a one-time advertisement for a public hearing, and nothing really beyond that scope. There's the subdividers or the property owners have submitted a proposed measure for your adoption. I've reviewed it. I have a couple changes that I would suggest to their legal counsel, and I'll get that out prior to the public hearing. But so it's really just a matter of authorizing the advertisement and the public hearing.
Okay.
And we have enough time between now and the next meeting.
I'm sorry?
We have enough time between now and the next meeting to advertise it.
Yes.
Okay. So, that being said, gentlemen, how do y'all feel? Need a motion to advertise for the January 27th meeting, a public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second that we will advertise for a public hearing on January 27th pertaining to this. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. So we'll have a public hearing on the 27th pertaining to this land. Okay. Moving right along to old business. First topic under old business is committee appointments. What committees do we need appointments to?
Recreation Commission, Clio, Southwest Virginia, the Solid Waste Authority, CMPT and the PSA, Mount Rogers, RPDC. We have all the applicants from the Recreation Department are all in there? None?
I spoke to Chris Goode personally. He said he was willing to serve again.
Okay.
Okay, so first one's Recreation Department,
Yeah, they're Recreation Board,
Recreation Board.
so you can put that in the motion.
Make a motion that we reappoint, who'd you say, Dr. Little?
Chris Goode.
Chris Goode to the Recreation Board. Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote yes on that one. What was the next one?
What, I would, I'll make a motion to table the rest of those. Nope.
Recreation.
Yes. And you know, I'm not sure, one of our members are not here, and he may have some ideas about this, plus we haven't received any more things, so I just make a motion to table the other nominees that's listed there, since they've not sent anything in. Then we can go to the next one.
Okay, all right, so we'll table the rest of those committee appointments,
Just on the Recreation Committee.
just on Recreation?
Yep.
Okay. There was more than one?
Yeah, there's every one of them.
I got so many sheets. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry.
Aren't those someone typically from the different districts?
Yes,
So
and that's why
Chris is
I don't
from
know
Lexington.
all these. I know one from my district, but I don't know.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think you've got a motion to table the rec commission appointments that remain outstanding.
Correct.
Don't know if there was a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll vote on tabling the rest of the Recreation Commission. Has anybody contacted these other people to see if they're willing to serve?
They may not know that they're.
They may not
terms
know that their
expired.
term's up. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Um, Okay. So we're just talking about the Recreation Committee now? Okay.
Yeah.
Commission, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the table and that, yeah.
Table the other appointments until we have time to contact these people or have time to try to find somebody to fill in on them?
Yep.
All right. So we need to take a vote on that, just the Recreation Commission. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Okay, Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and I vote yes. Cleo? CLEO?
I'd be willing to come off that board for anybody else that would like to attend. It's at Wythe County, every other month. Near the college. That's where you meet. We also have a alternate. I'm not sure who the alternate is, but if anybody's willing to volunteer, I'll be glad to step down.
What is Cleo? I just, if you don't
It's
mind.
a chief elected officials organization. You look at workforce development issues, things like that. Meet with other board members. You have somebody from each county, so all over, I guess, New River District and on down out to Bristol as well. So you get to see a lot of those folks come, and they provide information about workforce development, what they're doing, and that sort of thing, and funding, how to deal with those things.
Does that need to be a board member?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is, needs to be or not.
It's locally elected official.
Yeah, so it should be.
The title is.
Local elected
Every
official.
one of them is,
Local
yeah.
elected.
Right.
It usually means the chairman or the vice chair.
Okay.
Nobody volunteers, I'll continue to do it, but.
All right. Do I need a motion to leave Rex on there?
Yes.
Is that what I need?
Yes.
Okay. Entertain a motion to leave Rex Hill on the chief local elected official board.
I make that motion.
I second it.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
I
Yes.
abstain
He abstained.
with prejudice.
With prejudice. Philip? And I vote yes. Thank you, Rex. Appreciate you stepping up. The next is SWA. And current member is Bob Martin. SWA, what's
Solid waste.
Solid Waste Authority? Mr.
My
Martin?
feelings would not be heard if Rex wants to take that position.
Does that need to be a board member or a?
One of the two does, I believe. Is that correct? So either Bob's or Sam Dixon's would have to be a board member.
Okay.
I'd be glad to step down and sleep better with other current member and Rex on
Would you entertain doing that one, Mr. Hill?
How, is that once a month as well? That ain't too
It
far
is,
away. I don't mind doing
Usually
it.
don't have a meeting in December.
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
No more.
No more. I understand. Okay, so I have a motion to replace Bob Martin with Rex Hill. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second. Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Abstain.
Again.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Thank you, Rex. The other SWA member is Sam Dixon, whose term expires the 8th of this month. Has anybody talked to him or know if he's willing to serve again? Or is there any nominations for anybody to serve on that?
Did he bring you an application? You may not know either. I'll just make a motion, we table that one until we can hear back.
Okay, I have a motion to table that second position. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Okay. CPMT is vacant.
That's a private provider, and they've got the name, I guess this lady has been nominated by the CMPT,
Okay, yeah, I have an applicant.
Tracy.
Tracy Cotchwell? I'm not good with names. So do I have a motion to let this person serve on that board?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Did we ever see her applicant? Is that a he or her? He or she?
We have the application.
It says we have the application for him.
Jackie said that.
Yep.
Do what?
Typically, that's the board, the CMPT board is composed of Board of Supervisors, County Administrator,
There's several local agencies.
several local agencies, and a parent, I think is correct.
Gotta have a parent.
Yep, so I think this is a nomination from,
Yes, and it's required.
yep. So this is,
They have a parent.
This person it says here is a private provider position, so that means it's an organization that provides services to the youth or to the foster care.
and that's been vacant for a while, a pretty good while.
Okay. So do I have a motion to put this person on that board?
I so move.
Second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Okay. The next three are PSA board members. All expired December 31st of 19. Do we have any applicants?
Yeah. I'll make a motion that for Doug Weinset to be reappointed. He's in my district. And
He's willing to serve again?
so he's willing to serve on the PSA again.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion for Doug Weinset to serve on the PSA board. And a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. The second PSA is Keith Murdath. His term expired December 31st, 2019. Do I have any applications for that position?
He was my appointment.
Okay.
I'm gonna take it.
I make a motion, we approve Robbie McCraw for the PSA
Okay.
position.
Have a motion on the floor to replace Mr. Meredith with Robbie McCraw. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second. Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Abstain.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
And I vote yes. The third PSA member is Jeanette Dalton. Term expired December 31st, 2019. I know she's the Pine Creek representative
I'll make a motion that we table that until Tracy gets back.
until Mr. Moore gets back, because that is his district.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So I've got a motion on the floor to table the third position until Mr. Moore gets back and see if he has someone he would like to nominate for that position. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Take a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes on that one. So that position is tabled till we get our other board member back off of his cruise. The last one is MRP DC. Currently, Greg Hawks. His term expired December 31st, 2019. Are there any applicants?
Greg Hawks is the applicant.
Excuse me?
Mr. Hawks is the applicant.
He is the applicant. Okay, so he's current member and the applicant.
He is
No.
not the current.
Oh, in,
He's a very active member of the planning commission.
okay.
And I guess he volunteered to take someone else's spot there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so that-
So we have Mr. Greg Hawks is the applicant for the MRP DC. I figure that's Mount Rogers Planning District Commission.
Yep.
Okay. Entertain a motion for him.
I so move.
Second.
I second it.
Have a second and a motion. Any discussion? I'll start with you, Dr. Littrell.
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes on that one. Okay. And so we got some fixed and we got some openings that will carry over to the next meeting. All right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would request that you delay the next two items. Let's move on to the smart scale VDOT discussion.
Okay, we've covered the club lease. You want to,
We just skip the personnel policy and CSA audit.
okay,
Let's go to it.
and move down to the VDOT smart scale?
Yes.
Okay, is that all right with you guys? All right.
We have with us Mr. Bob Barton tonight. He's submitted some information to Ms. Hughes. He went and took some pictures for me about some projects. I've asked him to come do a little dog and pony show.
All right.
If you, in case you're wondering, if you get beat for a supervisor,
One possibility, I've moved into an executive position with VDOT, and you can see me Monday through Friday. I'm in an orange jumpsuit, and I work 81 with a garbage bag and a little paper punch. And so there is hope. I'll try not to be too long. Originally, 52 from Hillsville to Poplar Camp was known as the Tazewell Turnpike. And in 1932, the Virginia Department of Transportation was formed, and they took over a lot of these. The double ford, if you're going to Wythe County on 52, is where the big rock quarry is, down on 52. And this is a blind curve that makes it look like interstate, like a grand highway from my picture, but it's a blind curve coming from Poplar Camp, and these trucks turning into the quarry. Or if you're coming from Hillsville, it's a blind curve for them, especially if one of these trucks are turning in. And the quarry, Forrest and Martin Crowder, that's one of the top 10 taxpayers in the county, okay? Originally, the double ford is called that because you see the guardrail, and I'm sorry I don't have a laser pointer. You see a guardrail on the right of that picture. If you go about 50 more feet and go over the bank, you can see the remnants of like a one-lane highway hewed out in the rock that went down along Shorts Creek and forded Shorts Creek, and then went on down, and there is a stream that came down from Laurel section, and they had to ford that, and then they could go back into the Tazewell Turnpike down near the old dam. If you're familiar, that's still there. Thus the name of the double ford. Had to ford two streams. My granddaddy said that there was 3 tracks in a dirt road, and it was a Tazewell Turnpike, and a Model T got into 2 of them tracks, and that was fine, except if they met a car coming and he was in the 2 tracks, because one of them had to somehow climb out of the 2 tracks because it wasn't but 3. This is a blind curve. I sent in to VDOT, and what I've gotten here is some really bad situations, but some lesser costing situations. Originally, about 20 years ago, this was much worse situation than what you see now. And then it was the Salem residence office, and I went down to Salem to a primary road hearing, and I said, this is the worst section of highway that none of you have anything like it. The left side was shot out in solid rock, and that part of the highway was fine, but the field rock went over the bank and down towards Shorts Creek, and it was steadily sliding down, and so that meant the guardrail was going down, and the highway had sunk probably 6 inches or better. And anyway, I proposed that they widen this section, and thank goodness they did. And what it did, it made they went into the rock more and put the 52 there, what you see on solid rock. So that ended the slide down into the Shorts Creek and Aztec Bank. For your information, if you go straight up that air, I didn't realize I'd be doing a presentation, and thanks, Celia. So I just scribbled some notes on some of the pictures. Used to be an old bar room there. You went up, no windows in it, one door. You went up to the window, and you knocked on this first window. You raised the little sliding window up, put down so much money to pay for your drink, and then you closed that, and then that door raised, and you walked around behind the building, and you hear the peck around there, so you raised your sliding window on that side, and there'd be a pint of whiskey or a quart or a gallon, ever how much you paid for, okay? So some history there. Where's my man? All right, next photo. All right, Rex, you're within 1,000 feet of Sulphur Springs.
That's Pleasant View Road right there.
Pleasant View Road comes out from Laurel. There's no houses on that road in Pine Creek. You go under the interstate and up to Laurel, and you got a Blue Million. But that is a secondary road that goes into 52. The bad thing is, on the right side of that is a blind curve. So people that are going to turn down the road, they pull out in front of traffic on a blind curve. And I wish I had a laser pointer. This section, I had one good photo and I sent it to VDOT. Tractor and trailer goes around that road curve, and he can't see down the road. And if he meets a car, or what's even worse, he meets another tractor and trailer. Well, he's not got but one place to go, and he turns to keep on his side of the highway, he turns that truck sharp to the right, and that throws the trailer into that guardrail. And if you go down there, and I'm sorry I don't have the good picture in this thing, but right to the left there of that guardrail, there's 5 metal posts in the ground, and the guardrail's not touching any of them because they've been knocked loose by a tractor and trailer, the trailer. All right, next one. All right, and this is what I'm talking about. On the other side of that, there's 5 posts that are not touching the guardrail, and it's because of the heavy truck traffic. For some reason, tractor and trailers with stone come from Sylvatus over to 52, and they come up this way. A few years ago, 2 tractor and trailers sideswiped in the curve, and that was the same time that Interstate 77 was blocked, okay? It's a pleasant drive down to there most of the time until you meet a truck in these blind curves. But it's particularly bad here if there's a big tandem truck coming out from a quarry or a tractor and trailer coming up the other way. All right, again, next, or whatever. All right, that sort of shows a little bit. That is on the edge of a 20-foot drop. There, in 1932, the highway department put an arched culvert in there. It's antiquated, and this section is too. Thank you.
Does that help
Next
out?
one.
Was that too dark? That's good.
All right, here's this is further down, but the guardrail, it doesn't have anything holding it. You put it in a foot of loose gravel, and then you can tell by the guardrail, it gets replaced about every 4 years. Excuse me. All right, another one. All right, and same one, but a little bit better view of now the creek is going under that. Okay, another one. Oh, and back up. Can you do that? All right. Here, if you look at the upper part of the picture, is that blind curve that Pleasant View pulls out to go down the road, and most of the traffic is going toward Wythe County. Next. 52 toward Poplar Camp. When I was in high school way back in 1800, I never could figure out why there wasn't any traffic on this road. And it was because 52 going down toward Cana was a death trap, and finally they got a 3-lane put in there. But that didn't help 52 north from Hillsville. And what you find out is there's a blind curve, short straightaway, and another blind curve, okay? And up at the top, I scribbled in the mile marker, and I started at the Pizza Hut at the intersection of 52, 58, 221 in Hillsville. And that picture simply means 9.95 miles and going up to 10.0 there's where that curve is. Okay, next. I tried to list for the highway department some real expensive projects, and then I gave as many others as I could, and they primarily or could be a curve with sight distance problem, but it is a real problem, especially on holidays, an accident on 77, snow or sleet or ice on 77 where they can't get up Poplar Camp Mountain over there, and they get stuck. So everything comes over, and the mountain to the left, I think they found Noah's Ark there, but I'm not sure about that. But anyway, I put that in there to show another blind curve. Where that vehicle is, there is a culvert there for a little branch to go under, and around that curve is another one. Go on to the next picture. I may have it. Well, okay, back up, I guess. All right, those culverts, there's a white line on the right side of the road. Those culverts come out to the white line. If you veer off of the white line on the right, you got a 3-foot hole where the culvert is. And I mentioned this because it would be a minor project and so forth. Next. All right, there are 2 culverts that were built in 1932. One's down to Double Ford, and they're a half moon, and the other one's up here. And the good thing is my cows can cross under the road there to some land that my grandpa's across the road, or you could drive a truck through it. What about the guardrail, men? What do you think? All right, I can tell you that 52 on that side, above that, slopes from the outside where there's a guardrail to this side where there's no guardrails. And about 2 years ago, some fellas in a truck came there and slid across the road on the ice and went over the culvert. And if it hadn't have been for the concrete brace on the side, they would have had about an 18 or 20 foot straight down drop on the solid rock. Now, I'm not a concrete expert, but if you look at this thing, I put this in here, you got cracks coming down, and this whole thing is deteriorated, okay? And I mentioned it as one of the projects that they need to work on, and they certainly need guardrails, and they need to address this deteriorating situation. Next. Keep going, that was. All right, there's the culvert from a distance. They got a guardrail on the other side, but no guardrail on this side. And I know of 4 accidents that people were killed, not right here necessarily, but on 52 from Hillsville. But I don't keep up with the gossip and so forth, so I don't know if there were more than that, but I can name 4 people that I know. And and you go across this culvert going toward Hillsville from left to right, and you got a long curve there. Next picture. All right. Here is Shorts Creek Church, and the road that goes up by Shorts Creek Church comes out up the top of the mountain. I'd say there's some heavy praying in the Shorts Creek Church of God, because they got to pull out and go down the road, and they're pulling out into a blind curve, and that is one of the big problems. And I've asked the highway department to work on grade this curve back on the left where people could have some sight distance going up. Next picture. All right, you make the curve there at Shorts Creek Church, and you got this is the place to hit black ice. It's the left side of the highway there, which would be going to Fort Chisholm. All right, that road is all fill, and it's sliding down. And the guardrail that they replaced and fixed a concrete retaining wall, well, it's probably dropped 8 inches. And if you look at, next picture. That was Rex Hill going down into one of the curves in his new Mustang convertible. If you come down from the top of the mountain, all it is one curve and a brief straightaway, and it's elevated wrong, and if you backtrack from that Mustang, there was a young man killed there within 10 years. All right, next picture. And that's going on down the road, and there's another guy was killed. You come off top of the mountain in Phillip. This is called under the mountain, below the mountain. All right, is that what you mean by below the mountain? All right, it's from top of the mountain down is just a direction. It's still Shorts Creek, but it's below the mountain. Young man killed there about 2 years ago. Came around and from top of the mountain down, I asked the highway department, and so that Soleil could get up here on time. That's that truck I put in for a request for 1.1 mile turning lane or passing lane to get around these cars and trucks. Next picture. Coming down from the top of the mountain, first thing you do is drop over a hill that is blind to oncoming traffic, and then you go into a dogleg curve. And again, I've asked for widening this to improve sight distance, and if they do it for the next mile, it will make a passing lane. But primarily it's solid rock, so I don't think they'll be undertaking that. My understanding is that the highway department has $20 million set aside for safety improvement, and so Leo, you can jump in. And this safety money, the only two roads in Carroll County that qualify for it are 52. Now, I don't know if 52 South qualifies, I don't know. But then 58, I think, qualifies for it. Do you know?
52 qualifies from Poplar Camp to Hillsville because it's an alternate route for Interstate 77.
Yeah.
And 58 is a highway of significant importance to the state of Virginia and designated, so it's eligible.
Yeah. Thank goodness the highway department went over at Fort Cheswell, and they widened one lane exits and entrance onto 77 and turned it into 2 lanes. Prior to that, during the holiday, traffic would back out onto Interstate 81 toward Whiffle, almost to Whiffle, trying to get into that one lane. And if you were going north, I have seen traffic back up to Fancy Gap, okay? And I felt sorry for these poor folks that were stranded in Carroll County because of 77. Next one. All right, that's down toward the bottom of top of the mountain. And 620 comes in at the top of the mountain, by the way, from Woodlawn. And there's another road called Round Knob Road, and I don't remember, it's 782. All right, it comes in, but it comes in on blind. Bad thing is roads coming into 52 are on blind curves. Okay, next. That's coming down from top of the mountain, and you notice limited sight distance, okay? And I put in a ton of requests. Most of them were small things that they could cut out that bank there 10 feet, and it would greatly improve sight distance. So I put in a ton of low-costing things, but then I went for broke on some projects too. Next. All right. 4.6. That's all right. I think that's coming down. No, it's not coming down from Coon. It's coming down from Coon Ridge and getting close to Little Vine. Next. All right. 3 years ago, I had put in for Coon Ridge on 52 to be improved. And if you proposed moving the culvert 3 foot, you had to get the environmental people in there to study the effects of changing the culvert. So instead of getting finished 3 years ago, this is topping over Coon Ridge, and you run down the road and sharp curve there, and I've asked them to cut out that curve for sight distance. And next. Is that it? I hope. The Coon Ridge Road, 52, They did the Hillsville side of it, the easy part, and they're releasing funds now to take out that major curve there and go up. I tried not to recommend something to the highway department because they got a point system. And I don't think we even turned in anything last year. I don't think so, Leo.
You got me, I wasn't here.
Well, okay, but that's a mistake. Now, again, 52 scores really well from Poplar Camp up to Hillsville. And I've also got a major recommendation in there. One was the double forward. The second one was that Rex, where 620 comes in from Woodlawn. All right, what do you think happens when 77 shuts down?
Tractor trailers.
Every road is full of trucks and cars, and so they get they send them on 620 or everything else. The problem with it is 620, if you turn to the left, is a blind hill, all right? And if you don't swing really wide with the tractor and trailer, excuse me, you can't make the other turn. The reason this is important to you guys is that when 77 is blocked, all right, they go every which way. Okay, the people that's going south and can't go that way, they're going to go to Galax and down 89 and probably down by Lambsburg Mountain, I guess. They go everywhere. 52 north to the Wythe County line is not as good as Beaver Dam Road. It is, all it is blind curves, a short straightaway into another blind curve, and then you got all these side streets coming in from like Pleasant View Road and 620 into blind roads. And if you've never been down that way, when you go down there Easter or Christmas or New Year's, but excuse me, I've had bronchitis and a little tough, but it behooves Carroll County, the whole county, to improve this section of road. Excuse me, if all of you want to turn in 100 roads that you want to have considered turning in, and the highway department, they score these things. And the only reason that 52 scores so well is the dang thing is so bad for traffic. And I was down working on fence during Christmas when the summer season was going on, it's warm, and hello, it was 77 was I think there'd been an accident, but it was heavy traffic, and I had to stand on the side of the road about 10 minutes before I could walk across, because it's not unusual. The first people to get the message is tractor and trailers, so they route them all. Well, when you're standing there and 10 tractor and trailers go by on 52, I mean, it's just a bad situation. All of you could do this if you got 58 and 52, but you got to score. It's competitive. And the only thing in 52 North's favor is 77 is so dang bad, and they don't have the money to upgrade it, so it's easier to throw some chicken scratch over on 52 and so forth. But the highway department, the way they fund things now is they do buckets of money, like a bucket of money for whatever and a bucket of money for safety, okay? I pray for you guys almost every day. You've got a terrible situation facing your own finances, and so I just wanted you to know I'm not cussing anybody. I'm praying for them, and I think the county will get through this, but for about 2 years it's going to be tough. Okay, thank you very much. Questions?
Good luck on it. I've been begging for improvements on Brushy Fork or
Oh yeah.
St. Paul Road, their Flower Gap. The trucks can't come down 52, so they all have to come down 77. They make that crossover over one of the two roads. Lisa and I was standing in the curve there. She was down there looking at it, and the tractor and trailer come around. It left probably that much room on the other side.
Yeah.
And when he makes a turn at Oak Ridge and Brushy Fork, he's got both lanes there.
Oh yeah. When you can learn something every day, and I never could understand why that when I had to thumb from football practice in high school, there wasn't any traffic on 52 going north. And then it suddenly hit me after coming up Fancy Gap Mountain or going down it, their nerves were shot, so they probably routed them over to Route 100 and they went down that way, you know. But 52 north from Hillsville is a terrible road. Drive down it sometime and notice, you know, you can to put in your 3-lane passing lane, Soleil, so you can get to work. It'll be like a mile of cliff, rock cliff, and it'd probably take $20 million of their $20 million to do it. Good luck to you, and if I can help you, which I doubt it, give me a call, okay? Bless all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would request that the board vote and endorse Bob's 2 major ones and his 9 minor ones, along with the following other projects, so that VDOT can score those and bring back a recommendation of what we need to apply for under smart scale in the next few months. The other projects would be a crossing at Carroll County High School to get the kids either be lighted or overhead, a sidewalk from the intersection of 221 and 58 to the high school. On Route 58, in between 2 districts over there, as you go down 58 towards Fatis Hill, there's a clinic on the left. The old 58 comes in from Woodlawn. You've got to go to the bottom of the hill and do a U-turn. I would ask that we ask for a project there to do a turning lane and a crossover on 58. And the last thing I think that we need to look at is there's also a problem. You have to do a U-turn over next to where Nathan Lyons' group is at the Shell station. You got to go down. If you want to get gas, you got to come back.
To go to DMV there.
And ask that they consider a crossover at that location.
But those projects don't interfere with this in any way because, again, the state has to evaluate these things.
What we do is ask VDOT to grade these and bring back how they could fund those and which ones grade the best for next smart scale project.
Maybe third one, say something.
Okay, yes. Yes, please.
So I just have some very quick clarification. Will this take any county money?
No.
No county money?
It's
'Cause
all state of Virginia money to the Virginia, to the Virginia
Yeah.
Department of Transportation on.
Mr. Martin, my husband and I were laughing. We're very sure that you actually got in our driveway to take one of those photographs. And we don't mind. Our dog is nice, we promise. And so we were laughing. We were like,
I stopped.
and yeah, that little cow
It
field.
took me 2 days to get all the pictures.
So in that little cow field, you'll see my dog, Thunder. We don't own the cows, but he likes to play there. And that little memorial, we live right, there's a little white house up there.
Oh,
so-
yeah,
Yep,
okay.
that little white house, that's where we live. And when they were saying we desperately need this, not sold on the concept. If it was county money, knowing the situation we're in, dear Lord, is that really necessary? You just had orphans ask for $500,000. But if it's not county money, I mean, I'm late to gym constantly, and I know that people go 20 miles an hour through those curves, I know.
Not,
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate you and not shooting me or sicking a dog on me taking pictures, but if you and your husband would like to get in the car with me sometime, I'll take you down there and we'll pull out a.
Oh, I know exactly how much it takes to replace a guardrail in North Carolina. I've done it 3 separate times.
Yeah, but-
Okay, so I mean, I know the cost of everything they're asking, and I know how expensive it is. And what you're asking to do is millions and millions. You said 77 is bad. Instead of fixing the side roads, why not let the state use that money to actually fix the
Well,
interstate?
The problem is, and I'm not
Okay,
fussing.
yeah, of course.
The problem is that this is a one bucket of money. Now,
And we
they'll
can't mix
have-
buckets, yeah, we can't mix, I know them, they can't mix
will have dump
buckets.
trucks full of money one day to do 77, but if, you know, if we don't use this money, it'll go to Wythe County or it'll go to Fairfax or someplace, but.
So if we get on the list, that is my
Yeah,
understanding.
And I'm just, I
If we
try
can
to-
get on the list, that's good, but I'm just saying it involves no county money whatsoever.
None.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to know and make
Or
sure.
we'd been throwing rocks at Bob
You
as soon as he walked through the door.
You wouldn't do, he's so sweet, you wouldn't do that.
But I went with VDOT down there to pull out at one place, and they didn't want to, they went down the road instead of.
We actually have to go backwards out to the Sharknet driveway in the morning, so if you wanna talk about living on the edge, I get it.
Well, I mean, it, 4 people killed down there that I know of, and I don't keep up with the
Yeah,
news and the gossip. I guarantee it's much more than that. And one person dying or injured is one too many, and you know.
I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, I gave VDOT some high dollar stuff, and Rex, I gave them a solution on 620 coming out.
But just know, it's $500 per post on a guardrail. I know, I can give you a receipt.
Well, there's 5 out down there, and it's not touching the guardrail to double forward, but.
I think she said she took them out.
Yeah.
No.
That's no fun either.
If I can just add one quick thing to that, all along the east side of 52, there are a lot of springs up in the mountains up there. They're constantly draining directly onto the road, building into all that erosion.
Yeah.
So whatever gets done, there needs to be something on either the upper or the lower side of the road to start dealing with all that water runoff that impacts the road.
You know, I wish they'd say, well, Carroll gets all 20 million, and that's what they need to do. However, I'd like to have a bushel, but I'll take a peck, okay? I mean, and that's what I tried to, and it wasn't any frivolous stuff I put down. I put down sight distance problems and dangerous situations, and I hope, you know, and by the time, in 20 years, some of them get done, and, you know.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we accept the all those things that Mr. Dalton give us, to include Bob's stuff to send to the VDOT, see how these things shake out.
Okay, got a motion to include all the projects that Mr. Martin brought up and that Mr. Dalton brought up for the smart scale, to get the ball rolling on, see if we can get VDOT in here to straighten out some of these things.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
You have a second.
I have a second. Any discussion? I'll take a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes on that.
Thank
So
you.
we'll get it started. All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your presentation. Okay. Now we need to back up. Correct, Mr. Administrator? You want to back up and catch those other two?
We can do the CSA audit. Basically, it's for information only. There's a couple items in there that, under recommendations that you need to look at. Actually, it turned out pretty well. There's no chargebacks to the county that tell in the audit. Just a couple of things that they recommended that we not do again in the CSA, such as spending money before it was approved by FAP. So.
Okay. So do I have a motion to accept the CSA audit?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion on it? No discussion. I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
Philip? And I'll vote yes on it. All right, thank you. All right. Lost page 2. Here we go.
Just to say one word about the audit. One of the audit points was not having a parent person on the CMPT, and we just fixed that tonight.
Okay. All right. Very good. Do we, under old business, want to go into item C, personnel policy?
If you would, Mr. Chairman, we'll just delay that later. I'll do it under my comments, if that's okay.
Okay, all right, we'll move that down for under Article 11, County Administrator's comments, personnel policy. All right, looks like we've reached a point for the board member comments. Item 10 on the agenda. They listed me first. I guess that's because I'm on the end of the table. But, first of all, I want to thank the board for electing me chair. I hope I can do what this job entails. I promise to do everything I can to make it go and go smooth, and it's going to be a learning curve for me. I want to wish everybody here Happy New Year. Thanks everybody for here. We've had people that's come and left and everything. It's Mr. Dalton told me this morning when I came by to get my board packet, he said, I hope you're in for a long night, and he wasn't kidding. So, but the only comment I've got to make is the county is working toward all these problems we've got. There were some things come out at the end of last year that made a lot of people angry, and all it took was just a little bit of talking to and explaining what was going on. Change is so hard to take. Nobody in the world, or I've never met anybody in the world that likes change. I mean, we've always done it this way. We're going to keep doing it this way, but that don't work anymore. And it doesn't need to, especially when we're dealing with people's money, when we're dealing with people's lives, when we're dealing with policies of this county. We've got to change. We've got to change, and we got to always keep in mind, or my viewpoint is, what's best for the Carroll County and the citizens that has chose to live here. And I promised as much as I can to listen and work out these problems. Do I have the answers? I don't. I really don't. But I want to stay open-minded enough to listen to people and see what we can do as a county to eliminate some of these problems. And with that being said, I'll pass it over to Mr. Philip McCraw.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out and the meeting we've had tonight. Congratulations, Mr. Webb.
We'll see.
And Mr. Hill. And I know y'all will do a good job, and I appreciate it. Keep it short so that we get in here as well.
Next on the list is Mr. Moore's not here. He's down in the Caribbean on a boat somewhere, I think. Dr. Littrell.
Thank you, and I wish everybody a Happy New Year. I always hesitate to get into things that I don't have information right in front of me, but I do want to clarify some of those PSA questions that came up. And it didn't come to light until the very last thing that when she was speaking, but she said she had a meter. And that's why her bill is $18 a month. If she had no meter, it'd be $6 a month. So that, I'm not sure everybody understood that. And I don't disagree that rates need to be checked, but I just want to clarify that particular thing. I've got some things that I hope we would look at this year, just kind of a wish list for our new year. One is to continue working at the training center to see, number one, when it's going to be turned over from the state. I don't know that. And when it is, what our options might be to reuse that as some other activity as a county, or try to get some private individual in there. But the sooner we can get something going, the better. And I just like to know exactly what the state's plans might be for that. I understand that in the past, we've gotten a $150,000 grant for some of our pole projects, and I haven't heard much about that lately, so I'm just curious where that is. I think that grant does expire in about 1.5 years or so, and we'll make sure we don't lose that. And this, I'm not sure what I'm talking about, except I know once upon a time, Carroll County had a grant writer, and I don't think we have anybody that's designated to do that right now. And I feel like that's something we might want to look at, because a good grant writer can certainly bring in more money than his or her salary. I know one locality told the grant writer that they need to bring in 10 times their salary, and that happened. But a grant writer can not only write the grant, but search for grants that are appropriate to our area and bring in some money that doesn't have to be paid back. So just something again to think about. I'm not aware that the DMV stops have been initiated in our treasurer's office, but if they have not, and if they're not going to be, I think we need to look at the possibility of reinstating county stickers. I hate scraping off county stickers, and I think most people do, but we're losing a lot of money by not having county stickers without the DMV stop. And with that, I'll stop and turn it over to Rex, I guess. Or Robbie, who's next.
Robbie? Go ahead.
Robbie.
I do like to thank everyone for being here, and do want to congratulate Joe and Rex on their appointments, and lots of things that we need to address. And I want to reiterate what Tom said. I think we need to go back and seriously look at the county stickers. I think that's one of our best policing agents for delinquent personal property taxes that we have, and I think that's something we really need to look into. And I have been approached several times by several different people about trying to get our meetings back on YouTube Live. A lot of people have been asking me about why we can't do that no more. And I mean, we do YouTube the next day, but why can't we just go ahead and broadcast it the night of the meeting? I don't have an answer. I don't know. Just if somebody can let us know if we can do it or not do it, and so I can pass that back, I'd greatly appreciate it. The last thing I want to mention is, we all serve the people of this county, and I'm sure in everybody's daily travels or whatever, we get phone calls from concerned citizens or people in this county, and I've never turned a citizen down. I don't think anybody else has, to listen to them, but I just ask that when somebody calls and wants to talk to one of us or talks to one of us, to be as respectful to us as we are to them. And I think that's important. Get a lot more done that way. And just appreciate everybody, and I guess that's it.
Mr. Hill.
We require the counties, we have to pay the fee we require the fee for the county stickers. So all we would have to do, if I ask Mr. Durbin if that's correct, is just to purchase them, I'm assuming.
To reinstate the.
Well, they're required to pay the fee for the stickers, but they don't get a sticker. That's my understanding. They still pay the $25 fee, but they don't get a sticker.
Was there an ordinance done that took them away, or?
That was,
Wade's back there shaking his head.
recollection was there was an ordinance change to do that, and so we want to do an ordinance to
Okay.
reinstate that.
Well, you used to have to come in and buy it.
Yeah.
But now it's put on your property tax, so
Yeah.
you'd have to change that somehow.
Yep, but that's, I think we can do that. And I just appreciate everybody coming. It's a lot of work, especially going forward. And the budget's gonna be tough, and I don't know how we're gonna deal with this. But anyway, that's all I've got to say. So I'm ready to
Hear from
go
our
to the
county,
next one, county administrator.
hear from our county administrator.
Mr. Chair, you have a little proposal that I placed in your package. It says request for proposals, Carroll County Board of Supervisors, solid waste collection. We're under a current contract with the waste industries. I've scheduled a meeting with them. This thing has been carried over for quite an extended period of time. It's just been rolled over year after year. There's a couple of other things that is in this request for proposal is to actually have the solid waste provider operate the Cana facility and get a real price on what it's costing down there instead of us running it. And I would ask that we be allowed to advertise this for bids.
So you need that in the form of a motion?
I would like that, sir.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept that, put it out for bids, and see where we go.
Right.
I
Okay.
second it.
I have a motion and a second that we put out for bids these specifications that's been drawn up for solid waste collection and see what we can come up with on there. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll ask for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes on it also.
Second item is on the Carroll County Board of Supervisors, your adopted budget calendar for FY '20. Next Monday, we have a meeting to talk about with Commissioner and Treasurer to talk about revenue projections for FY '21. Y'all did not make a committee, a budget committee of two that participates in it. I assume last year's appointments expired. So that we can move forward with this revenue projections.
Okay, so you're asking for an appointment of two supervisors to serve as finance committee?
Yes.
To meet with and start working on the 21 proposal. Do I have, I know Mr. Hill had asked me if he could serve on it. Does anybody else would like to serve on it?
I'd like to,
Mr.
Joe.
McCraw, Mr. Robbie McCraw. All right. So do I have a motion that we appoint Mr. Robbie McCraw and Mr. Rex Hill to serve on the Board of Supervisors Finance Committee to meet with the, everybody that's fixing to start the new budget year?
I make a motion to appoint them.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? I'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Mr. McCraw, Robbie?
Abstain.
Abstain. Mr. Hill?
Abstain.
Abstain. Mr. Philip McCraw?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. So we'll appoint those two as financial committee to help with the county administrator in this new budget's coming up. And that's big job, big job.
The next item out there, we'll throw under other. Everybody keeps talking about the gorilla that's out there, and that's our budget and our finances. We met as a committee last month with the school board and others, the commissioner and the treasurer, and looked at the revenue that is in this current fiscal year that has been brought in and where we stood. At that meeting, it was pretty apparent that we're not gonna meet our revenue projections forward that we've shown in the budget. I would ask the board allow the finance committee and myself to propose at the next board meeting a budget reductions that we can then have a public hearing on, because anything above 1% of the budget, above 1% that requires a reduction or add, requires that we have a public hearing. We cannot continue at our current spending pace, and as part of our message to the school board last month, they're looking at a couple of things already. Their ADM is below last year's and what was projected in the budget, which is going to cost them over $300,000 of state money. Our budget to the school board was based off that ADM also. And they're currently looking at ways to shave the budget in this year's calendar year. So as part of that committee meeting and development, I would ask that we go ahead and set a public hearing date in February, budget adjustments for the county.
Okay, we have a request for a motion to set a public hearing in February for reduction of budget.
And those recommendations will be presented to the board on January the 28th, but to get it in the paper and meet all the deadlines that we need to have.
Okay.
We'll do that, plan on the February the 10th, the first meeting in February?
Yes.
I'll make the motion, we conduct a public hearing in reference to financials on February 10th.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second that we'll have a public hearing on February 10th pertaining to reduction of budget. And the board will have its recommendations by January 27th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Mr. Robbie McCraw?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rex Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Philip
Yes.
McCraw?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes on that. Anything else, sir?
Just closed session, I think.
Okay. Would you like to read that proposal, Mr. Hill?
Yep, I will. Is that the only two, is personnel and legal?
He ain't paying me no attention.
I mean, the only two things we have is personnel and legal, is that correct?
Actually, I would like to add prospective industry to that briefing.
I don't know which one that is.
It's, 5A5.
All right, I make a motion. The board convene a closed session for discussion as authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1. Discussing consideration or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, discipline, resignation of specific public officials, appointees, or employees of any public body, and evaluation of performance of departments or schools of public institutions of higher education. Such evaluation will necessarily involve discussion of the performance of specific individuals. I don't think I got to read the rest of that. And then A5 would be a discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or an industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. And A8, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by the public body regarding specifically the legal matters regarding the provisions of legal advice by such counsel. I'll make that motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second that we adjourn into closed session. Any discussion? I'll ask for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We will be in closed session till we get back.
Sorry.
Make a motion, we come back from closed session.
Okay, I have a motion that we come back from closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Yes.
And me. Well, yes.
Now, just one person has to read this certification, correct?
Correct.
All right. Certification resolution, whereas the Carroll County Board of Supervisors convened a closed session this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and on the motion to close the meeting in accordance with the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Whereas Code Section 2.2-3711D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the Board of Supervisors that such closed session was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be resolved that the Carroll County Board of Supervisors hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, and considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies. I so certify. Is that all we have to do, each person, or we, a motion?
That is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that's my motion.
Okay. So I have a motion that we certify.
Yeah, so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Also certify.
Robbie?
I so certify.
Rex?
I so certify.
Philip?
Certified.
I so certify also. Okay. We needed a motion.
Motion to advertise for public hearing on water and sewer ordinance.
Right. We need I need a motion to advertise for public hearing on the water.
On the amendments to the water and sewer ordinance.
Okay, for amendments on the water and sewer ordinance that's currently in place?
Yes.
Okay.
For the meeting to be held January 27th.
Meeting to be held January 27th.
I so move.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes. And then you needed a motion to,
I'd like to have a motion from the board that deals to bring any exempt person, department head level that currently is exempt to the minimum pay level as defined by the Department of Labor, and also to declare anybody that meets the exempt status be declared exempt status that meets all Department of Labor standards.
So move.
Okay, so we have a motion. And do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll call for a vote. Dr. Littrell?
Yes.
Robbie?
Yes.
Rex?
Yes.
Philip?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Anything else? Anything else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
So, all those in favor, say aye. Meeting
That's for
adjourned.
negative vote. That's for vote no.
Tom will stay back up.
He gonna-
He will stay a little bit longer.